I wish good things to you who's watching this. I am Alexey, and with me today is the reigning national online Carcassonne champion of Mexico, Carcassonne master and mathematician and frequent co-host on this channel, Elias Mochan, also known with his board game arena screen name Complex VNH. Hi, Elias.
Hi, Alexey. Thanks for having me.
So the reason why I need to help your help today, Elias, is because yesterday we were covering the semifinals of the Chilean Online Championship 2025, and it was quite a tiring job for one person to do, as we had 8 games of Carcassonne, I think, in total that we had to watch, or 7 or something like this. And today we expect at least that, maybe up to 10 games of Carcassonne, because we're playing in this lengthy best of 5 format. So I'm definitely gonna need your expertise here. And I told everybody about the players yesterday, but I appreciate that somebody might join these streams without having seen the semifinals yet, so I'm going to do a quick rundown of those. Before I do so, I just wanted to show you all the players who had registered for the championship. The reason why we're giving so much attention to Chile is because this is one of the fastest growing, maybe possibly the fastest growing Carcassonne community in the world. As you can see, 72 players were participating in this championship. Now, of course, only 2 remain for the contention of the title. And I'm just going to scroll down quickly as well so they can see all their names. And we're starting today with a bronze medal match between Vainiria, that's Jorim Mella, and King Mauri, that's Mauricio Saavedra. Mauricio lost to Edgard Arce, and Vainiria lost to Edgard Townsend. So Hector and Edgar are going to play in the finals some 90 minutes later or not. And while I'm scrolling down, so have a look at these here people, especially because 1 and 0 rating does not mean a bad player. It actually means somebody who is new to the game or board game arena. So this means that somebody actually created an account and started playing online just for this. So it's absolutely a big deal. Anyway, so Vainiria, of course, is probably the most well-known Chilean player, currently rated at 631, but their peak is like 690 something. Their most notable achievement is having the gold medal in the 2023 Mind Sports Olympiad Grand Prix, of course, a huge event at the time. They also participated twice at the in-person World Championship. Mauricio is the youngest player, currently among the top 4. He is already quite experienced with nearly 3,000 games under his belt. He defeated HT Bry, that's Brian Townsend, in last year's champion in the quarterfinals in order to be here. Currently a solid expert rating of 533. The games against Vainiria are probably starting in 1 minute or so. Just wanted to have a really quick look at our finalists. About the finalists, we're going to talk a little bit later because they're going to play immediately as soon as the bronze medal match is over. Here's Townsend, here's Tito. 2 very interesting players, and I was particularly impressed with some difficult finds that Edgard made yesterday. But for now, it is the experienced Vainiria against the young rising star Mauricio. And we're going to see how it goes. I know, Elias, that of course you've played Vainiria a lot, but have you had much experience playing against Mauricio? And do you expect any particular outcome from this duel, or do you think is it 50-50? What do you think?
Well, I just checked and I played Mauricio 4 times. I won 1 and lost 3 times. So I have a losing record against him. But the truth is I don't remember those games. So I don't know much about his style because I don't remember. Vainiria I am familiar with. He's famous for taking his time, and he's quite good, and when it's very consistent player.
A consistent one,
So
but
I
yet one which
expect
can be also creative. And there were like some particular moves yesterday in the semifinals which you might have not seen. Well, there was one kind of 14-point city that Vainiria like protected at all costs from all sides. It's a bit difficult to explain. You would have to see that, and viewers from yesterday will know what I'm talking about. We can see that the game has already started. So just wanted to acknowledge that Vainiria is playing the red meeples. He's the starting player, starts a new city over here. Mauri, of course, with the usual response, trying to place a green meeple on the top city, attacking this here area. And now Vainiria is making an interesting move, one which I agree with, of course, trying to build a larger city. So foregoing the attempt to complete it soon, but just going perhaps for a 3 Dorito setup over here. Start a new road right now, but it is Mauri who gets the 4 points with the dagger tile. Gets the meeple back. Red continues the road, so standard move so far. And now this is the first curve where the move is not quite obvious. As Mauricio, I would consider either going over here and starting a new road, or going over here and equalizing Red's road, or foregoing point scoring entirely and going over here for some sort of blocking attempts. But we can see that King Mauri even makes a 4th option, starts a loop road whilst trying to obstruct Vainiria's city over here, but it doesn't quite work as Red continues his road. Both players draw city caps. Mauri sets up the completion of his city, and Vainiria now with a very unusual move, not invading the city at the top, but instead trying to set up a completion of his city on the left, not with a Dorito setup, with a city cap setup. What do you make of that move, Elias?
Yeah, I would not have done that. I would have attacked the green city, but it is interesting. There's the strongest block right now is for right-hand dagger, and there are still 2 left, so it's not the worst of the. It's not the worst possible move, definitely. But yeah, I would have attacked the city because I think the city cap is. I mean, it might be a waste of a city cap doing that, but we'll see what happens. I think King Mauri will do the partial block now. No, he goes for the invasion.
I like the invasion here from Green's perspective. He is a little bit ahead on the scoreboard, and it seems to me that he wants to just do a low variance game because, you know, if we go for the partial block, there's still 2 tiles that fit into that square. But I have to agree with you that this move seems to be a little bit impatient. My issue with that is that it just makes the setup a little bit too inflexible. I really liked being a bit more patient with the 3 Doritos. Now it's going to be probably just fine. These cities will be equalized. Vainiria is still going to exploit his starting player advantage a little bit later, so it's not such a big deal to be down on the scoreboard a little bit. Mauri's road here is a little bit unappealing, especially after Vainiria was the one who added the straight line and kind of broke that road a little bit, so certainly a move that is worthy of 1 point sacrifice. And now he tries to go for a content move, placing a 1 point road, but of course thinking of getting back-to-back curves, trying to get that long road over here, and especially the added effect of restricting the city cap a little bit. This makes a lot of sense since King Mauri has only 1 meeple in hand, 1 just placed on this monastery, and this setup ends up working as Vainiria gets himself a tile to connect, sort of, kind of, and he does not succeed, but at least it forces King Mauri to use a valuable crossroads over here to separate the 2 roads. Vainiria can just now peacefully build this road to completion, and now he has a parallel city caps where he can choose to either extend his city on the right and start a new one, or to go at the bottom and try to maybe invade the city here through a triple city tile.
Yeah. I was considering that last option. He goes for the more standard move, but think it would have been interesting to do the indirect attack.
Yes, and now we don't know how exactly Mauri would have reacted. Now we know that he had a tile which actually doesn't fit into any of the square for any sort of block or defense. So green can just continue building a normal road. Vainiria with sort of a peaceful move over here, which does make a lot of sense. He does not leave any city caps lying around. He takes advantage from both parts of the city cap element. What else? Now he discards a monastery, which surprises me a little bit.
For Mauri. Sorry.
Why is it a hard choice?
So Mauri wants to join the city and take the 3 points, but the problem is that leaves the city very vulnerable, and Vainiria could attack and win a bigger city.
He could, but then 3 points are 3 points are 3 points. It's a 6-point move, and like we have to take some sort of risk. So it's not a move that you're keen on making. Ideally, of course, you want to get yourself a Dorito and then start a new road like this. But I feel that after some deliberation, Mauri is going to just do it, because if you don't go there, what else do you do? Were you thinking of some sort of blocking move at the top or on the right like this, Elias?
Yeah, I would try on the right. But now imagine if Vainiria had just placed the parallel caps next to this move would have been impossible.
Right. What is Vainiria doing? Why he no wants attack big city? Can you explain that, Elias?
He's playing quite passively. Maybe he doesn't think the city is that big. It doesn't have any shields.
Well, it doesn't matter how many shields it has. It has 6 elements. It's going to be 12 plus 2 more elements, like 16 points at the very least upon completion. And the most important reason why you absolutely have to attack that city over here is to prevent your opponent from attacking it himself. So, in a way, attacking the city is some sort of defensive move. Moreover, I'm even further critical of Vainiria's move over here, because I don't really like these setups when your opponent with a single straight line or a cow tile perhaps can harm the integrity of 2 squares and 2 different features, can play against 2 meeples. It's just gives too many opportunities for Mauri. And he's thinking about this, because a normal move, of course, is to go over here, continue his loop road, but something's telling me that he's going for the blocking idea. And even with an insurance farmer, I really like this.
And this also harms the road even, because now you can't continue the road with a straight line.
That is true. Yeah, I guess you can continue it with a curve, sort of, kind of. You can like use with a curve over here, and then try to create this here square. So we can see that Vainiria with his previous setup did cash on it by restricting this here road meeple to 2 squares. And now Mauri can't really do much with this cow tile. So it's probably between going over here and developing his monastery, or maybe just going over here and prolonging the shared city, but simply eliminating the opportunity for red to invade that city.
I would do the latter, because you have 1 meeple less than the opponent, and so the opponent is more likely to invade. And the scoreboard is more or less even, so...
Well, now Vainiria is a little bit ahead, as he has 1 extra point on the scoreboard as a result of completing this road, and also 2 extra meeples to play with for the moment. In addition, he kind of protects the city towards 5 remaining tiles, the 3 starting tiles and 2 roses. And Mauri, look at this, he doesn't even bother going to defend his own meeple, which is now vulnerable, but instead he goes for the attack against these here 2 meeples of Vainiria. Vainiria is not able to defend the lower meeple, but he continues the city with the upper meeple, and now Mauricio gets himself a curve to defend the lower meeple. Still 2 tiles available for this square, a nice 4-point road going through that square, so a 75% chance to retrieve the meeple. But Vainiria is the first one to retrieve a meeple. 6 points for the city, 4 points for the road, 7-point lead on the scoreboard, and now a solid and sizable advantage for Jorim.
Yeah, and I think it looks very favorable for red now because of the meeple count mostly. Um,
Well, let's say
but
the meeple
green
count could
still
be
has.
rectified. So, for example, if Mauri now goes over here, he can try and like finish a 6-point road real quick. This monastery is eventually going to be finished, so I wouldn't be too worried about that. I think a lot in this game is going to depend on when and whether green draws this here critical tile to liberate this here meeple and put him back on meeple equality.
Right.
Vainiria now with
Vainiria
yeah.
could. Yeah, I'm thinking about taking the road that's connected to the green city. Uh, because the most obvious choice is to
Whoops.
close your own road, but that leaves your city vulnerable.
Right. But maybe I wouldn't care so much about the vulnerability because, well, several considerations. First of all, there are still these 2 daggers. And the thing is that if our opponent blocks us, we're going to need not the same daggers. We're going to need the right-handed dagger whilst our opponent needs the left-handed dagger. And it's actually something that's nice to have. From King Mauri perspective, a block is what we're most likely to see in this situation. I don't think he's going to go over here and free his meeple, but we're going to see in a second. And another reason why I like this move that Red just played is that, let's say, if there is a successful block and this guy never comes back, then it also limits the field potential of green. Actually, it limits it almost completely. And so this guy going to be trapped at 6, this guy going to be trapped at 3. It's just a 3-point mini battle, which Vainiria can absolutely withstand with his 12-point lead on the scoreboard.
Yeah, so the downside of this move is exactly what happened, that Vainiria can take this new city. If Vainiria closes this city, it will leave very vulnerable the other one. But I think, as you said, he can afford to lose that meeple and lose a 6-3 mini battle.
Oh, no, 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 no. Mauri with a big mistake now. This is not the move that you play in this situation. I think it's simply just lack of experience. But this here move, it looks like it threatens both cities, right? It looks like he's trying to draw something over here and maybe block meeples of red. But most of the time, it doesn't really work. And we can see now already the consequences of this. Mauri is without meeples, and he still cannot harm either of red cities over here. But the idea that he...
Would you go left or right now?
Now right, yeah. Now like this. And definitely not like this. Oh, poor Mauri is starting to tilt. Vainiria is now going to finish
that
his city.
might be the fastest way to get a meeple back, what he did.
But getting a meeple back is not really a priority, and he has like a curve over here. And the most important priority was not let Vainiria finish his city. And that's why I dislike this move so much, right? Because in addition to not doing enough to block the city on the right, it also accidentally, indirectly protected this here square, limiting the blocking options for the future. So the correct move that green, of course, should have played, and it's like what many players tend to do on the like mid 600 rating level, is just to go over here and leave the city cap meepleless. That's already a severe restriction with many city plus roll tiles that have gone out. Then you still have a meeple to maybe score for a city cap and try to pressure both this and this and this square. And this small thing could have absolutely swung the game. King Mauri is now down 20 points on the scoreboard. This square has been accidentally protected because the only way how it can be blocked is with the road monastery, and Vainiria now gets a curve to defend this square anyway. Or if you're Vainiria, do you go for the normal move and make a defense, or do you actually go here?
Yeah, that's what I would do. What didn't work out. And Mauri some hopes, but I would have gone for that anyway.
Well, that's actually quite a lot of hopes. it seems to me, because I like the move that Vainiria played, but I would have preferred a different orientation. The issue is, of course, is the evil hamster spot for 9 points that has been created. Another
Right.
thing that Vainiria is doing is now trying to invade this here city, but we have only 3 triple cities remaining, and the quadruple city tile has gone out, so it is possible to place here a city tile and block the square entirely, trapping this here red meeple for 1 point. Then maybe Mauricio gets the 9 points over here for a road monastery. Maybe he gets 5 further points with a crossword for road. Maybe he gets a dagger and meeples a new road, and suddenly green is ahead on the scoreboard, and red has basically the same number of meeples, maybe just 1 more than green, so suddenly it looks quite playable. So to prevent these sort of issues, I wonder what you do with this tile. My first instinct, of course, is to go over here and make it a little bit harder for our opponent to place a tile that limits the square. But the question is, how exactly is that, like, how exactly effective is that? So are we better off limiting the square a little bit, or waiting for a better tile, something like a curve or a straight line, and do something like this in the next move to get ourselves better protection?
I would go for the immediate protection. I think it saves you from a instant block next move. Oh, he goes for something. I don't get this one at all.
I don't get this one at all.
It blocks the defending square.
Yes, it does not seem to be a particularly good idea, but at least one consolation for Vainiria is that it would not have worked regardless, that Mauri did get a blocking tile. This was unpreventable. So, part 1 of the plan has been accomplished. A 1 point meeple has been blocked, but unfortunately for green, red now has scored 5 points for the road. And look at this, how unfortunate. Mauri is not able to pick up this 5 points road, but he's able to do something better. I think his 2 options are either take 2 points like a normal person, or be a bit more ambitious, wait for the dagger, and go over here, pre-building a 5 point road which he can claim upon the completion. So do you prefer the move in the game, or one which is a bit more high risk?
I think I would have gone for the immediate points, thinking about maybe I meeple that road anyway, even if it's not closed.
But then we're kind of running out of crossroads, actually. There's only one of those remaining, and we could end up stranded with a 4 point meeple, so it's an eventuality that I would like to avoid. To me, it seems that whenever you take these 2 points, the claim that you're making is that you are somehow able to win this game, even if you don't draw the dagger tile that fits into the square, but it just does not appear to be true if you ask me. In any case, the decision has been made. Green's monastery gets a bit obstructed by red, but green just calmly builds up the city. Vainiria is keeping his policy of playing in a non-confrontational style, just takes 2 points, doesn't really do nothing much else. Trying to chip away at that scoreboard, plus 19 for red and 2 meeples extra, but green can now start developing his city at the top. And maybe if he goes here or here,
closable.
There's a way to complete it. So what's the pattern with which you can complete it, Ilias?
So I'm thinking, let's see, there's still some triple cities, so you could go for Doritos and triple city. You could also go for Doritos and caps.
But this here pattern is a little bit interesting, not certain what I normally expect. And I think he's going for Doritos and caps. He basically wants to get 2 Doritos and 1 starting tile, something like this, or dagger. Actually, probably dagger, really. And complete it that way.
He gets the evil hamster.
And he's thinking about it for a second, maybe to taunt his opponent somewhat. of course, is going to claim the 9 points, so generously provided to him by red early on. Vainiria with a Dorito, which is a pleasant sight for him and all his fans, because this means that green now has way fewer options to complete the city. Now is just the only question where to put this Dorito, and I don't have an obvious answer to this question.
I would place it next to the city just to put something that can be used to attack the city at some point.
That's
because
certainly,
I think that's the biggest threat right now.
Yeah, how else can green come back, right? So I like your idea definitely for sure. Maybe with a meeple, maybe without. You probably meant it without a meeple, and I kind of agree, because we can meeple it later if we want. The second biggest threat that I can see that can be made is maybe going over here and trying to build another evil hamster spot. Vainiria drops a 3-point farmer for some reason, which is not a move which I like at all. I think it's a bit of a waste of a meeple, but we're going to find out soon enough what his intention was. In the meantime, King Mauri is climbing on the scoreboard, getting 4 points, and now is 2 tiles away from completing the city. The city is now unblockable. If Vainiria goes over here, the block is useless because there's still 2 dagger tiles that fit into the square. So instead, he's probably going to have to do something like this to go for a 5-point monastery or 6-point field. Or do you go here to try and make a partial block anyway, just to eliminate the opportunity of getting, I don't know even what. Yeah, there's no starting tile actually, so...
And no, yeah, it blocks nothing. It would be a defense, actually.
Yeah, so King Mauri, so Vainiria does recognize it. And look, King Mauri does get himself a meeple back, does not meeple this 4-point road because, you know, it doesn't really do all that much. Finally, Vainiria can block that here city, or maybe join to it. Because if he goes over here, there are no road Doritos, but there's still 1 horse tile to connect these 2 squares. And I wonder if we should start getting worried about...
Yeah, but now you are just 4 points ahead. And Mauri has a better field, a better monastery, and 2 meeples. I think if you invade, you lose the game.
Unless you actually invade successfully. And Vainiria decides
I'm not
to
sure
risk
about
it.
that.
Yeah, but if you invade successfully, you get a lot of points from this ruin, no?
Yeah, but I think Maurice is still ahead even if you tie the ruin. He has 3 more points in the field. Well, the Maurice field compensates Vainiria's field plus Vainiria's city.
Oh, I see.
And the monasteries are kind of equal, but Mauri has 2 meeples. And that should be enough to win the game.
Well, it depends, because remember, there's still 2 daggers that fit into that square. And had Vainiria not placed his last meeple on a 6-point farm, which I think is an okay move, he could have actually gotten himself a curve, dropped a farmer over here, then gotten one of these 2 daggers and connected his farmers like this, whilst also completing his 8-point city and a meeple back. So there were some big opportunities. Now, of course, completing the city is still an option, without a farmer, of course, and King Mauri with a wonderful move, going for a 3-point farm, trying to invade over here, and at the same time protecting his city. So Vainiria is now going to be in a lot of trouble, all as a result of this extravagant 3-point farmer. Now, the best that Vainiria can do is, I was going to say score 5 points for the road, but he doesn't have any meeples. And he can't go over here because he doesn't want to connect his opponent. He instead goes for the very top. Mauri now is 1 tile away from finishing his city, and Vainiria, fortunately for him, is going to able to block the city. He absolutely has to do this. There's still 2 tiles that's left to fit into this square. Of course, he does this just before Mauricio was going to complete that city, but Mauri is going to be just fine. This here ruin scores already 10 points. Mauri's probably already ahead. He can go over here for 7 further points in his farm and still have a meeple to play with. Now Vainiria desperately needs a dagger right now to get himself meeple for scoring, and he does not get it. He instead gets some sort of city tile which he can use over here, I guess. So that is sort of kind of something, but a little bit of something is just not going to cut it.
I think Mauri has this, which is interesting because it looked to me like very favorable for Vainiria before, but after the farmer, it all got very complicated.
Well, I can understand this psychologically for sure. So first of all, the position was definitely favorable for Vainiria before, but I kind of feel that Vainiria, first of all, provided the opportunity to score 9 points for his opponent. That was a bit unnecessary. This attack I can live with, but this farmer, like, of course we know that that's a mistake. I'm just trying to explain it psychologically, and I think it's something like, you know, when you have a lot of money, or if you just had a payday, you like go on a spending spree. Same with meeples. If you feel like you have a lot of meeples, then you just put them left and right, and then you realize you have no meeples in your metaphorical bank account. Kind of the same situation, it seems. So just 1 point for Vainiria. Mauri doesn't have to do anything. He can actually go here, take a 5-point road, or maybe even better, go here for a 6-point farm. And
that's a 3-point farm, right?
But it is going to be 6 points once the dagger is drawn.
Yeah.
So that would be like 1 extra point for him. I don't think he has nothing to worry about. He has nothing to worry about, basically. He has more fields and a ruin. The 10-point ruin ends up being the most valuable feature on the board. And the dagger is drawn by Mauricio anyway, so take your pick.
He gets the dagger.
Yeah, 1 monastery point or 1 road point.
I think there's 4 points. Oh no, it's just 1, yeah.
Yes, he didn't have a meeple to score. And unfortunately for Vainiria, he's not going to be able to score any points, not by finishing his city and not by going over here for this here city cap. And yeah, rough loss here for Jorim. Let's see if he manages to come back in the next one.
Yeah, I think he got maybe overconfident at some point.
Well, yes, I can definitely pinpoint that exact moment. In any case, we're going to see the scoreboard difference in a few seconds. In the meantime, let me check the chat real quick. Hi, Nauheim. Hi, well, Jorim is obviously now playing, but at the start of the stream, Jorim mentioned some interesting info about the prizes for this championship. We can talk about this a little bit later. Hi, FZ. Hi, Glovier. FZ is asking, what are your tips on learning English as a foreign language? Because apparently you have done that to a very high standard. So can you share?
I don't know. I took English classes in high school and stuff, but I think what helped me the most was watching YouTube and movies with no subtitles. Once you get the language to a level where you can start doing that, I think turning off the subtitles really helps. And it helps getting acquainted with the like slang or mannerisms of the language. That's all I can say. I don't.
Perfect. That's the perfect response, because the main thing that I heard was watching YouTube. And we can teach you all kind of slang. We can teach you the names of all the tiles, all the situations, evil hamsters, stuff like this. So if you want to learn English, don't take school classes. Subscribe to this channel for free. Alrighty, King Mauri
Right.
is the starting player now, taking 4 points from a splitter. Vainiria, of course, goes on a 2-point road and restrict this year's splitter. Now we're gonna see the first not obvious move of this game, and Mauri goes at the bottom, try to block some monastery spots. This is the main purpose, and maybe poke at this road a little bit. Now taking 4 further points for a city, and finally Vainiria is also on the scoreboard, taking 4 points off his own. A 9-point field at the top results, and Mauri, of course, is going to claim it now. But if you do that, you have to continue you have to continue your opponent's road. I would hate that. But again, if you don't do that, then you take these 2 points over here.
The alternative is to endanger your own road.
Exactly. And so he bites the bullets and does provide the extra point for his opponent. But now Vainiria has a wonderful response, just going over here, starting a new city, pressuring this road, like securing his own road from attacks, and also slightly limiting the potential of this here farm. I think it is a bingo tile for Jorim, which he uses straight away. Now we're gonna see how aggressive Mauri can be. Now I have a particular move in mind, and this is not the natural idea of continuing his road. I think it is a bit of a miss, but I wonder if you had anything different in mind, Elias, than this direct continuation.
Yeah, just one spot to the right, sorry.
Of course, we want to be indirectly continuing the road and also poking fun at this here green meeple. In any case, Vainiria invades the field, so the field is going to be equal. It has plenty of connection tiles and no additional squares for further attack. Mauri now can, of course, continue his road further. I don't really see anything better, although something is to be said for this here move, but I think that's just a little bit too unnecessarily efficiency striving. Vainiria is going to start a new city on the left, of course, taking advantage of the shielded tile. Anything else would be at least imprecision, if you ask me. And green does do exactly that. And Mauri goes for immediate block, thinking that there are only 2 tiles to fit into the square, and then later he could go over here and block the city completely. So we're going to see soon if that works. Vainiria covers up his city very nicely on one side. It is worth already 7 points. So a very, very significant threat, and I presume Red is just going to go over here on the left, start a new city on one side, and expose a city cap to create the most potent platform that you have in situations like this. A platform with a city element.
So the issue with this one is, if you take the cap on the right, you are risking a mutual block where you are losing the mini battle by a lot.
I know, but that's why you always take the city cap on the left.
If you take the city cap if you don't take the city cap on the right, the opponent can defend and take 4 quick points at the same time, but it's less likely.
Exactly, yeah, it is less likely, and you just like have to live with that sort of risk. And the thing is, like, if you, the mutual block is really also not ideal for you, because let's say if you go here, and if you were to meeple the city cap on the right, okay, your opponent gets a Dorito, goes over here, you block here with 2 points, and then they get a quadruple city tile, and then they just develop their ruin to monstrous proportions. Of course, Mauricio understands all that. He goes for the standard blocking move. Vainiria with the indirect defense, of course. Standard move so far. Now we're going to see a 5-point monastery over here. Or do you want to be a bit more creative and go for a 3-point monastery, controlling this here road, and set up a 6-point monastery for later?
I like this other option. I don't know if it's better, but I do like it. Yeah, because it controls 2 points for the road. At the same time, you are being aggressive towards the road, but the road is tied to the city. So Yeah, I do like this 3 point uh, placement.
And
But
Mauri
okay.
goes for more traditional stuff, which I can totally understand. Now
Yep.
Vainiria starts a new city at the bottom, which is a strong move. He does not go here, does not go here. His now big hope is about this here square. So his idea, of course, is to get a road tile over here and block the square towards the dagger tile, which would be turned in such a way that would protect this here square completely. And there's really nothing much that Mauri can do about this except like going over here, which would be a waste of a starting tile if you ask me. And I agree with Red's move, just finishing a city, getting out of harm's way for 12 points, but still have a 6-point advantage on the scoreboard. And Vainiria does get himself a city plus road tile, the exact tile, Elias, that you said Red should dread. And now already pretty good situation for Green, but all is not lost. Red can still
Yeah,
fight
I
against
was
the city
even
in Mullen. Yeah.
considering. I was even considering as red, the thinking, this is too well defended, and just starts trying to go for an indirect connection on the other side. So
Right.
placing the starting tile on the left, trying to attack with 2 tiles.
That's a
Like that, yeah.
wonderful idea. Yeah, that's actually, I missed this one. I do like it. I think maybe Red was worried about the vulnerability of this meeple, and I think Red might have tunneled about this blocking here idea, but yeah, that would have been just so much better. In any case, we can see that there's a bit of banter in the chat, because had this move not been played, Red actually had a tile that goes over here, and Vainiria gets the dagger tile immediately, so this means that Red needs to prevent disaster as soon as possible. He needs to get some sort of straight line or a curve. Of course, he has to sacrifice a point. This is no time to build up our monastery. This is no time to be starting road. We have to go over here, or maybe even better, over here, to create as potent a platform as we possibly can. And that's very nice precision here from Mauri, going on this side as opposed to the other side, and a very lovely response from Vainiria, covering up the square. Still 5 triple city tiles available to fit this into this. Now only 4 triple city tiles, but still a rather large amount. It's a great tile for Mauri, though,
So
because
why
it is
why
the
do you
last
like
horse
the
tile.
top rather than the left? Sorry.
Dagger asymmetry, basically, because from we see these 2 daggers have gone out, and we know that we want to create a platform to attack the city rather than to block the city. So we need to create a platform for invasion. And by going over here, Red has given himself more tiles which actually facilitate that invasion, because there's still, well, at the time of the move, there were still 3 of those daggers as opposed to only 1 of the other kind of dagger which would fit on the other side. And so it's actually quite impressive that Mauri does see these subtleties. But as players exchange quick points, I want to add one more small thing why I like this move, because in addition it creates a 4-point road which is controlled by this here monastery. So it's a small, nice addition to be having. But still, Mauri and all his fans should be very, very stressed, because this here tile could come down imminently. And these here 2 road pieces limit what kind of blocking tiles we can use. But one nice thing for Red is the fact that all 3 horse tiles have gone out. So there are now additional blocking opportunities. We could go here with a straight line, then have another straight line, and limit this towards a horse, knowing that there are no horses remaining, so this meeple here would be blocked. But it is still a very, very bad
Because
possession for Red.
what I was thinking when Mauri plays that curve is that that created a invasion platform for the field. It might not be important, but it's just a small detail. If Vainiria gets a Dorito right away, he would meeple the field, and again a 12-point field, as well as the big city.
Oh, that is true, but it seems to me that it just would add insult to injury. Like, if Vainiria completes the city, we just lose regardless. Like, we lose at such a high frequency that Okay, if he invades the field, we just lose by 12 more points than we would have had. It seems that it's like an absolutely game decisive situation over here. And even if Vainiria does get blocked, which is not a guarantee, Vainiria is still ahead on the scoreboard as a result of completing the 6-point road and meepling a new monastery move prior. And this city already has 8 points, which cannot... 8 inalienable points. So it's
But
very,
you
very
know
good
what?
position for green.
By placing the monastery, Vainiria just created a huge field. And now there's a comeback route by winning the field.
Oh, that's an excellent point. And Vainiria, of course, now defends this here city from an attack. Mauri can now just go for this here smaller 6-point field and try to invade over here. I think that's a totally legit move. And if green here waits for a long time for that triple city tile, then Mauri can use his temporary meeple advantage and try to take over the farm. And if he manages to take over the farm, then he could absolutely win this game. But do you do it right now as Mauri? Do you like this 6 points, or do you prefer to use the dagger more efficiently, maybe over here, going for some sort of loops, going for monastery expansion, or maybe over here, starting a new city next to his opponent's monastery, but just trying to block the square where not so many tiles are fitting in the first place?
Yeah, that's a good point, but my mind goes to the field immediately. I think I would go for the field.
So over here, yeah. I do have apprehensions, if that is even a word. I have reservations, I guess, is the proper English way of saying this, about leaving a city cap in the open a little bit. And apparently this is the reason why Mauri chose not to do that. But then I wonder if just Vainiria goes here, and then Mauri ends up losing the big city and the field. So... yeah, the more I think about it, the more I like your suggestion. It seems to me that there should be some degree of urgency in the way both players should be thinking about the field. And Mauri averts a disaster. He manages to successfully invade the city through the one and only remaining quadruple city tile. And even if he does not succeed, this here city side on the left will grow. So, disaster averted. From Red's perspective, we're still 7 points behind on the scoreboard. But for the most part, it is an even game. And Vainiria goes for the consent move. Doubles and triples down. He really wants the majority on this city. He's going to invade over here, and he's going to try and draw the quadruple city tile and run away with a 30 points completed city. What do you think of that move, Elias? Do you think it is too committal, or do you like the idea of preserving 8 guaranteed points plus maybe a chance of winning the game big time?
I would not have gone for it. I think I would have gone for it if I felt like I was very far behind, but I don't think it's the case. But okay, he has a 50-50 of a bit under 50-50 of winning that city.
Yeah, because you know what? Mauri could re-attack. And actually, Mauri could even win this big city outright. Like, there's some certain patterns. Like, let's say triple city goes here. Triple city goes here. This square gets blocked over here. Quadruple city goes over here. And suddenly, this here red meeple connects to this city, right, circumventing this here green meeple. Unlikely, but totally possible, and something that Vainiria should absolutely be looking out for, especially because there's some further chances of blocking the square. Like, it is quite vulnerable. But a monastery tile for Vainiria for now, nothing much he can do. He can go over here, get himself a point, whilst also restricting this here square a little bit, so he might have reservations about that. Instead, he goes on the left, trying to create a blocking platform against this here city. This does risk, of course, King Mauri finishing the city and drop a farmer, but it is not going to happen, as a monastery tile is also drawn by Mauri, and again, not sure what the play here is. It is tempting to meeple the monasteries normally with 31 tiles remaining and only 3 meeples in hand. I just don't feel that this exactly works. On the other hand, if we go over here, this is a nice equalization of our opponent's monastery and could be a nice platform for going over here in the future, over here in the future, blocking the square. And this move does not make too much sense to me. I feel like if we go here, we do meeple the monastery. Both sides exchange blocking ideas, and Mauri now has a triple city in hand.
Is this a complete... Oh, no. That was not my idea.
What was your idea?
Well, I would have gone for the partial blocking of the green meeple. I was counting the cows, but I think this is just the second one.
There are 2 cows, yes.
Yeah, so maybe this is better than... Yeah, so my thought was one space below.
Yeah, but then with the Dorito, you would get blocked toward the
Yeah.
horse over here. So I think this move makes a lot of sense, right? There's still 3-row Doritos here to connect. Even if this meeple gets blocked, then like we have the chance of just drawing the quadruple city tile ourselves and denying the opponent the invasion. So basically, disaster has been averted again, which
And
actually
right
justifies
now
Vainiria's content move even further.
Right now there are 3 spots for the quadruple city right now.
Are you thinking of some sort of
So-
forced CCCC
Oh, no, there are 4.
motifs?
Yeah, it's far-fetched, but not impossible.
It's
like
not
3
impossible,
tiles
yeah.
to force it.
And I can totally see that happening. For example, you might go here if you want to block that square, which you might want to do that. Let's say this. I'm gonna level with you, Elias, for a little bit longer. Now, of course, we're gonna see a blocking attempt and an immediate defense. But do you also drop a farmer? What do you think, Elias? Should he have gone over here and tried to invade the field as well?
I think they are not thinking about the field, either player. But I do like the field invasion there. The thing is, Vainiria could now take the 6-point field, but yeah, he will.
And there's still
Oh.
1 dagger that goes over here for a connection. Mauri is now trying to block the meeple of Vainiria on the right. Vainiria does not draw a defense. He's going to get himself some quick point tiles, but he's probably going to lose 2 meeples over here in all likelihood. As Vainiria... Yeah?
He could pre-build the road to connect to the farm with a lot of points.
I actually like that. I think this is genuinely better than the 2 points for your winning probability because it's just so much more. And then also if you go over here, you're pre-building another 4-point road, which you could use over here to expand your farm in case it doesn't get connected. It would actually introduce this here city into the farm on the left. I think your idea was actually the best possible move. The 2 points are nice, but this here 0 points move adds just so many more opportunities to the game that I think this is what should have been played. In any case, Mauri now does not get a blocking tile. To his mild frustration, probably. He can now start a new city somewhere like this, which seems a little bit too slow. He can start a bigger city over here, hoping to get one of the 2 remaining vanilla city caps to get an 8-pointer real quick. Or he just could drop the city caps on the monastery, try to get some quick city cap points in the future, and create an even larger field with more attacking platforms, which he could use his meeple majority on.
Yeah, I think I would just take a city cap, but it is a hard tile, this one. I don't like the going for the 8-point city. I feel like it's too risky, but okay.
I actually kind of like it because from Vainiria's perspective, he knows that he needs a tile to go here to defend this here square, and so red might have a bit more time to continue or complete his city. And another thing that this move does is it creates an attacking platform for the field against here. And let's say if Vainiria goes here and tries to attack this here square and permanently block it, then all we could do is we could get ourselves another straight line, of which there are still 3 remaining in the deck. We could go over here, drop a farmer, then get one of the 2 vanillas and connect through this completed cities, gaining 8 points and access to the field at the same time.
Which would be huge.
And this is why green has reservations about going over here in the first place.
Yeah. And I wouldn't go for that if I was Vainiria, actually. Because both straight lines and curves favor, but he goes with the farmer immediately.
I know, and that is certainly an extravagant move with 20 tiles remaining and 0 chance to get the meeple back anywhere. Mauri now completes the block.
Yeah.
Vainiria, of course, is going to get the field majority, but Mauri has all the time in the world to both score points and then attack the field later. Or you know what? Maybe even just scoring points is enough, because the field is actually not that big. It has 9 points over here and 6 points over here. It's a 15-point field, and if you're successful, all you're getting...
Yeah. Yeah, so I guess Vainiria wants to duplicate the cities now. So take 2 versus 1 majority on one field and 1 versus 0 on the other one. So that would be 18 points.
Oh, right. So if he doesn't connect over here. But then if he doesn't connect over here, then it just leaves a lot of chances for Mauri to reinvade this field somehow. And we can see that Vainiria actually does a good job trying to defend this. Like, so this move is designed to prevent some field connection opportunities. Although, if you're feeling crazy, you could go over here and drop a 0-point farmer and try to connect through the dagger. And this actually might be very close to unblockable, but no need to resort to such barbarisms at this moment.
Yeah, I think you can just create the platform on the top right now.
Whilst also pre-building a potential 10-point city, and he does something similar. I guess his consideration is also to maybe block the square a little bit, simply not allow Vainiria to expand his field, but Vainiria, of course, completes another city over here. But now we have additional opportunities. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey, there's only 1 curve remaining. So why don't we go over here and just block the farming invasion in the first place? Nobody canceled the option.
I think Vainiria should have joined the field immediately.
I can understand Vainiria's idea regardless, but now green is in a difficult-ish position as a result. Well, he has 1 tile that fits here and 1 tile that hits here, so like a 75%-ish chance to ultimately invade the field, unless this gets blocked later. But if I'm a fan of green, then I am getting worried. Because Mauri are probably going to go here. Or go for an invasion himself. Yes. Through one of the remaining curvy tiles, although there are not that many actually. There are 2 daggers, a curve, and a road Dorito, and all of these tiles he already needs elsewhere. He needs a road Dorito, of course, to connect to this here city. That is crucial. He needs a curve to deny this here guy the field invasion. He needs a dagger to deny this here guy field invasion. And I guess it's only the other dagger, the right-handed dagger, that can be used for this field invasion over here. One additional tile is something, but maybe not quite as powerful as this move initially seems.
But maybe it's fine because you want to win the field, not just tie it. Because why did he do that? He doesn't want to win the big ruin now?
But that was red. Red does not want to lose the big ruin. It's pretty...
No, but... Oh, right. It was just 2 against 2. Okay.
Yes. So red would be losing some massive points if red were to go here. So actually that's quite a big draw. So now what this does, it actually allows a road Dorito to be drawn. And now if I'm red, I'm probably not going to even bother go over here. I'm actually going to go over here with the road Dorito and connect to the field. Mauri can also have some wonderful options here. He can go over here and try and block the square permanently, which he should. Why would you not do that? Why would you make a move which gives you 0 points instead of going over here and getting some additional equity?
Well, he's pre-building a big city to take it in the end. I think that's the reasoning.
Well, that is the reasoning, but then how likely is a 1 point on the city to make a difference in this game? It just seems to me that preventing your opponent from invading the field is just such a huger threat, especially since there are some tiles, like the road Dorito, for example. He could have gone over here, and he would have already blocked this square, so this could very well be the game-decisive mistake. I don't know.
Vainiria trying to block the red farmer might actually give him another way into the field. I don't. Are there any monasteries left? No.
But there's a vanilla.
Simple city caps. Vanilla. I would have turned it the other way, but...
I know. I agree with you. And unfortunately for Mauri, it ends up not quite mattering, and he's able to invade the field. But still a dagger remaining here for green to connect and win the field outright. That's why it was so important to block the square. And if Mauri ends up losing this game, which is still a real possibility, that he's going to kick himself for not having done exactly that. So the field is currently tied 2 red, 2 green. And there's a third green farmer waiting to happen. And now I'm double checking and triple checking the tile counts. And yes, there is in fact 1 dagger tile that fits into the square for an invasion. The field is going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 completed cities for 21 points. There's also this additional ruin that green owns. I just don't see red outrunning the field. And in fact, even if red ties the field, how does he outrun this ruin anyway?
Right, and it's 4 tiles remaining. And so red might take the big city, but it's not big enough.
It might be just enough, because if we go over here,
yeah, I don't see.
Well, we have at least a 10% winning chance. This move I do not totally understand. Oh, that was Vainiria, sorry, of course.
Yeah. Okay, Vainiria now wins the field. Oh, actually Vainiria's move is good because that was a potential invasion platform for the field.
Yes. Look at this, the field is tied in the end. But Mauri is gonna lose because of this here green ruin. So the most threatening feature did end up converting this game for green, just not in the way we initially had thought. GG saying Vainiria. Mauri unfortunately does not have meeples to score over here. Yeah.
I would just make the field bigger to make the overall score bigger.
Yeah, I know this is like kind of a nice aesthetic to have, because then it makes your loss a bit less significant than it is. Well, we have an equalization, which I guess is nice for our viewers because we get to see more games. A reminder to everybody that this is not a best of 3 as in most championship, but a best of 5. The score is tied, 1 Mauri, 1 Vainiria. We're going to see the point difference soon enough. And 4 points, which is not a lot. And again, all thanks to that initial 8-point ruin. So a clutch build-up. And this also brings me back, you know what, Elias, to your initial suggestion. Had Red used this tile over here, like this, to create an additional threat against the city a little bit earlier, the game could have turned into something much different and potentially favorable for Red. Hindsight, of course, is 2020.
Right.
Milek is commenting in the chat, 20 tiles with no meeples and still won. Yeah, this is actually quite admirable. This happens pretty rare. The last time I remember something like this was in 2021 in the game between Bogdan Kurkan and Mikhail Zolotuhin in the semifinals of the 2021 World Team Carcassonne Online Championship. This was actually my first game review I ever did on this channel, where I don't remember actually which one of the players that was. I think it was Mikhail who placed his last meeple on 12-point farm like super early, and Bogdan just did not manage to score enough points to compensate for that field. And this is exactly what happened over here. It really takes guts to make farmers like these, and we were both a little bit skeptical, and we were both proven kind of wrong.
Right. I mean, Mauri did have a chance to block it, but...
Oh, Mauri had plenty of chances, yeah. So we're going to get into the next game soon enough. All right, so what's up with that? It's going to take a minute or so.
I have eyes on the game now.
All right, so maybe you can start with the radio report.
Right? Okay. So, Vainiria is ahead 4-2. Both have quick points. They both have a city cap. Vainiria has a monastery, and there's a lucrative road that Mauri is going to take now for 6 points. it. So that I think it might be restricted to a crossroads, and the thing is the quadruple road is out, so it could be potentially blockable, but he goes for the natural move. Now Mauri closes a city, takes another city, and there will be a big field in this game. It already has one city, but it has potential for two more and a lot of green space. Vainiria tries to block the road unsuccessfully, and King Mauri closes it with additional 3 points from another road, and the field grows bigger. And so maybe it's time to take the field. We'll see what Vainiria does. And you are back, apparently.
Yes, but I do enjoy your radio report, so do continue. To me, everything was actually super clear, especially how this quadruple city tile, when it's is drawn quite early, it provides these additional blocking opportunities which just end up not happening. Vainiria now continues his monastery, does not drop a farmer, currently is -11 on the scoreboard, but this 5-point monastery is of course lovely. Vainiria's city is getting restricted, but he now gets the perfect tile to continue it. Now 2 tiles away from completion and taking over the lead in this game. And a curve in Mauri's hand is not going to leave him a lot of options. The best move that I see is not this move, but the other way around. Yeah, it looks like it's sort of restricting your opponent a little bit, but in fact, it is just an invitation into a losing mini battle. Vainiria is going to go over here, then over here, then wait half a game for a road Dorito, then get it, and then finish his city for 10 or 12 points without even giving a meeple back to green. So this is a rather standard tactic, whereas green could have gone over here, could have gone for a normal loop road, and we will see if this tiny imprecision is going to end up costing big for green or not. Currently green is alright, creating an invasion platform for red. Red could use so many interesting could use this tile in so many interesting ways. He chooses to continue his city at the bottom, now trying to create a threat of completing the city with 2 city caps. Mauri, is he going to invade the city right now over here or over here? Is he going to ignore it and finish this here city at the top, or is he going to go for an invasion of this here city on the top right?
I would attack the city on the bottom. I think it's too threatening. I know it's not the safest thing because Vainiria can re-attack and a lot of stuff can happen, but you can't just ignore that city, I think. And I would go from the bottom to preserve better chances of closing your small city. I do like if that city was not there, you could even consider. I don't like this one because it's dangerous. A cow could be fatal for Mauri now.
You mean a move like this, and then this would be the block of that city? Yeah, I have to complete the green. In the meantime, Vainiria is building up his city in the standard way. Also, the 3 shields, of course, are super helpful. Mauri now just has too many threats to deal with. Of course, he does drop a farmer over here and trying to restrict the square a little bit, and it sort of kind of works. Vainiria can just continue his city, I guess. Or maybe if you're red, you want to do something else. Maybe you want to just wait for a tile here first and only then cover it up. He decides to create the threat immediately, and Mauri, of course, is going to invade the city. So Mauri is safe for now. But a cow has been drawn, and will Elias's prophecy come true? This would be so painful, and this is child's play for Vainiria to find a move like this. This is a severe
and it also
restriction.
restricts the farm.
Exactly. Leaving it at 6 points and just 1 green square in a further straight line over here or something like a cow could be truly fatal. Now, If a splitter tile is drawn, then Mauri goes over here. Mauri is doing just fine, but there's only one of those remaining in the deck, and this is not the tile that he has drawn. However, this straight line does provide him some value. He protects the square. There's still 2 tiles remaining, and he could actually still theoretically build this city up like this. I think he's about even odds to be able to do that as it stands. Mauri now has actually a wonderful tile, and this is one of its uses to try and go for such a city block. And the idea of that is, of course, is if you block with a road, then that's pretty good, because if your opponent gets to defend, then your opponent prolongs your road and you get a bit of a compensation. But then again, by not turning this curve over here, we could have avoided that whole situation in the first place. And Vainiria with a mistake, if you ask me. You don't want to finish your opponent's features without finishing your own. You don't want to go 18 points down on the scoreboard. You don't want to allow your opponent to go here and make this partial block. Vainiria now with the monastery, and still 2 daggers technically that fit into this square. And still some significant threats, but now that King Mauri has drawn the splitter, it is a wonderful, wonderful tile for the play with the green meeples. But the question is, does he even go here and get his farm point and a meeple back, or does he prioritize going over here and creating the blocking platform against this here square as soon as possible?
Yeah, this one is I think you have to kind of go for the block, because he's ahead enough that if he blocks the city successfully, I think he can even afford to lose the other meeple.
And the farmer.
I would have even meepled the city cap, even if you lose the 2-7 mini battle.
2
it's
to 7.
better
Yeah.
than. Because you are so far ahead in the scoreboard, maybe. Well, but Vainiria has the monasteries.
Yeah, Vainiria is actually like not that far behind. He also has this here mini battle. Oh, and Vainiria going for his signature move. So he does not go over here, which is the natural move to restrict the field, and this is probably what I would have done. But Vainiria goes for creating a platform to restrict the blocking square. He does this a lot. I've seen him do it on at least 3 crucial occasions in official matches, including one international match of the WTCOC against Fanatical Lime last year. But, and of course, yesterday in the semifinals, he actually ended up making this move wonderfully. Here, it just doesn't work. Unfortunately, this still was a worthy effort, but King Mauri does get the 4 points, 17 points extra of the scoreboard. This year, guy is stranded at 7 points, and this is why you don't make moves like these. Don't give your opponent meeples back. It is sometimes, like Carcassonne sometimes is easy. There are all these heuristics which work most of the time. And we see the exact negative scenario. So we saved our opponent's meeple and we lost our own, and it has to feel bad, but Vainiria can keep fighting. He still has 2 monasteries. He's now going to go over here, I hope, to restrict this field and also put additional pressure on the city. Or he might have something else up his sleeve.
Yeah, so that's the most natural move. He goes for it. Yeah, what Vainiria has going for him is the 2 monasteries.
Which are kind of enough. And you know what? He can even set up
some
one
good
more.
tiles, maybe you get another monastery, and yeah.
Yes. Meepling the road, though, is a possibility. He chooses not to do that, and I can understand that quite well. The one disadvantage of that is that gives our opponent an easy chance to get 3 points and then pressure the square a little bit further, but Vainiria figures he has already 2 meeples kind of block. He does not want to have a third one. Mauri now makes a move
Will
which
he
I
take
do
the
not
6
like.
Okay. No, I was speculating if King Mauri would just take 6 points with a 6 point farm.
Yeah, that is, I
Uh,
think, a little bit too wasteful, too splurgy. But I don't like the idea of blocking this tier field, because Mauri should anticipate some sort of meeple majority, perhaps? Or maybe not. Maybe actually Mauri is going to have 2 meeples trapped in this here area. So maybe the idea of blocking small fields is a good one. In any case, we can see Mauri starting a 3-point road and also trying to block these tier monasteries. Vainiria doesn't bother defending because he gets something better. An opportunity to continue a city at the top. Mauri could go over here and limit the square towards a 50-50, but then that would be a very juicy 50-50, so he chooses not to do that, and Vainiria got himself the monastery anyway, which is going to use to finish one monastery, start another monastery, and even bring a third monastery closer to completion. Mauri starts a new city at the top, but now he's only 8 points ahead on the scoreboard. He's going to be a bit more ahead on the scoreboard after finishing the city that he just got for himself, but overall, Red is doing now really, really well. Vatican, says Mauri, of course, referring to these here monastery clusters. Vainiria is about to respond something witty in the chat. He's saying...
there's 2 left.
Yeah, and they're coming, right?
And they are coming, yeah.
Well, this would probably do it for Vainiria. There's some good spots for the monasteries, like he can go here with a straight line and then go here, or he can just take the 6 points over here. Mauri now completes the city. Vainiria gets himself a Dorito tile with not so many good uses. I wonder if we could do something prophylactically disruptive against the green city on the left. Doesn't seem to be the case. Or maybe we could go over here and prepare the completion of this monastery, one of the 3 remaining straight lines, which also seems to be a bit too restrictive. Or maybe we could go at the top and try to continue our city.
The city on the top is okay, right?
Are we afraid of getting attacked from this here side?
So the thing is, now they can attack on the left. So, and I don't know the exact tile distribution, but it doesn't feel like it's too much worse to be attacked from the front than from the left.
In fact, it seems that an attack on the right is less likely, because an attack on the right is typically going to come with some sort of big city tile over here. But just glance on the board, see how many big city tiles are already on the board, and it does indeed look like not such a big threat. And Mauri, as you see, cannot do nothing much about the city. This defense would be a bit too weak. He chooses to go at the top, which makes a lot of sense. And Vainiria gets himself a Dorito tile, and this is an interesting situation, because he cannot go over here, of course. That would kind of destroy his city. He cannot really go over here because
you could go on the front now. Restrict your own city with the road. I don't know if it makes
like
sense, but
that?
there are some tile distributions in which it makes sense.
Well, I mean, there's only one
it makes
dagger
it harder
remaining.
to attack from the top.
Oh, that's blocking tile is actually quite interesting. I think Vainiria found a good solution, but he got himself the wrong dagger, of course. Now he won't be able to do nothing much. Mauri still had 16 points on the scoreboard. This square is now threatened. Vainiria starts a new city and also brings his monastery closer to completion. That actually makes a lot of sense. Mauri, of course, is going to go over here and limit that city. That sounds like a standard move to me. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there are only 3 curves remaining, so I would be starting to look into the defense of this here monastery potential. And speaking of this, Very interesting tile for Vainiria. 3 valid moves. He could finish his city over here and draw a farmer for 6 points and a lot of green squares for growth potential, but this of course would endanger his monastery square on the left. He could finish this here monastery and meeple a new city cap or just leave it open just to prevent his monastery from getting blocked, or he could do the same on this here side, potentially even meepling either the field or the 3-point road or the city cap. He goes for the first option, being quite whatever the opposite of risk averse is. Use that road, use that word. Risk prone maybe. Is going to have his monastery restricted, as King Mauri is going to go over here and leave only 2 straight lines that fit into that square. 2 beats 0, of course. What do you make of the decision of Vainiria, Elias? Would you have done the same, or would you have preferred meeple safety as your priority?
Yeah, I would have done the same. I would have done the same. I would have meepled the field on the outside because it looks nicer, but of course it doesn't really matter. But yeah, my intuition is this. You can even attack the road if you get a curve later. So I do like it. And it's the one that gives you the most points.
That is true. This is certainly an important consideration. Like, it's tough to say no to an 8-point move, or yeah, an 8-point move technically. And we notice now that Vainiria draws the 5th monastery, and unfortunately for us, he does not go for the content move and does not meeple it for 6 points, but he rather correctly chooses to keep a meeple in hand and uses it for indirect defense. There are now fewer tiles that fit into this square. Most noticeably, the most common city plus road tiles no longer fit over here, so this city on the left is actually quite likely to be eventually completed. Unfortunately for red, green draws the last splitter tile that fit into the square, and now red and green respond with a great move, though.
So imagine you're King Mauri and you get a Dorito. Would you connect to the big city, leaving it vulnerable for a re-attack? Or just...
Oh, you mean this here city at the bottom?
Or just grow your own side of the city?
Well, if you're 12 points ahead on the scoreboard, it seems that connecting here could be a little bit unnecessary, but depending on where when you draw this tile, like if you draw it at a point when there are barely any Doritos remaining, then you can actually connect it safely without being worried of a reinvasion, and then maybe later you can get a city cap and even finish the shared city and get 3 points for your field potentially, even though there's also 3 points for red's field. In the meantime, Mauri get himself a meeple back, and Vainiria now is probably going to get himself a curve and now protect this here monastery a little bit, try to go for big setup. Some quick points are being scored by both players. But the reason why Vainiria has not gone here yet, he's considering a simpler alternative move of just going over here and getting a meeple back straight away. So again, we have a question. Do we prefer having more meeples in hand right now, or do we want to create a lucrative point setup? So instant gratification is the preference of Vainiria.
Okay, this is a good tile for Mauri.
Yeah, this is a complete block. Well, I think you can still place something here. No, there's literally no tile that fits into the square at all. This here guy is going to be stranded with 5 points. This here farmer is 6, so another winning mini battle for Mauri. But overall, Vainiria, I think, is still ahead. He has an 8-point monastery over here. He has a larger part of the ruin. He has the 7-point city over here. And I think those here 3 mini battles, because we see we have this little piece which doesn't give much for Mauri. Those 3 mini battles actually put red ahead in this game.
Yes. Yeah, I think This looks a little bit better for red from my point of view. By the way, Vainiria is drawing the tiles that green needs to finish his city, so I think the city is now blocked, right? Vainiria drew both daggers.
All right, this here city, yeah, it was kind of like a non-star anyway. And we can see that Vainiria is now pre-building this road, which makes a lot of sense. Mauri could take it right now, and I think I would. 5 points is a lot of points, even though I'm giving my opponent a meeple back. I really resent the idea of red drawing this tile. Or you know what we could do? We could go here ourselves and drop a farmer, and then hope for the last straight line, and then connect to the field like this. But I wonder if we need to gamble this hard if we're green, because if we go here for these 5 points, if we ignore the meeple count, I believe this move temporarily briefly puts us ahead.
Yeah, and I think going to your famous short about how much is worth a meeple, I think in this position a meeple is worth less than 5 points or 4 points. So I would go for the road, actually.
But Mauri chooses to gamble, again leaving still one tile that fits into the square, and red could take this road later. But you know what? Maybe Mauri can delay this move, and if he gets another straight line, that he can go here regardless and give meeple back to Vainiria when the meeple is worth even less, although it could be a very, very dangerous endeavor as Vainiria keeps scoring quick points. Mauri, of course, is going to respond with the same. But no advancement on the scoreboard has been made for the player with the green meeples. Viewers are now requesting to see a bit more of Elias's face. I'm not sure if that is technically possible for you, but now we can see your mysterious eyes. And you might be smiling there off camera, but we don't know that.
I did the best I could.
In Russian, there's a saying, I'm not sure if it's in other languages, глаза зеркало души, which means the eyes are the mirror of the soul. So, eyes are most important anyway. Do let me know in the chat if something like this exists in your language.
I've heard the phrase both in English and Spanish.
Okay. I think it's like a common thing as players exchange quick points, and actually Vainiria is now massively ahead as Mauri takes 2 points, but Vainiria takes 7 points for his field. Like 3 points for the field, 4 points for the city, which now probably forces Mauri going into a 43% situation where he goes over here, drops a farmer like this, forgoes the 4 points, but basically gambles and tries to get the straight line to get not only the 5-point road, but also the connection into the 9-point field, because it is currently the most valuable feature. Or he could go over here and score 4 points straight away by muting this new city cap, or he could even maybe drop a farmer and hope for the last monastery in the deck, which he could then use to invade the field and even meeple for 6 points.
Yeah, of course there's also the option to connect to the city, but maybe he has to go for one of the other options because he's so far behind.
And we still have 2 more tiles that we can use to connect to the city a little bit later. There's the road Dorito, and there's still 1 more horse.
Yeah, I think closing the road, dropping a farmer might be the best move right now.
Lots of objectives to be accomplished. He just connects to the city. And now Vainiria is going to connect back. He's going to go over here, go for 3 points, and creates a huge threat of reconnecting. Or maybe not. Because there's actually only one tile that would allow him such a reconnection. There are no big tiles anymore, and there's only one Dorito, which is a road Dorito. The 50-50 shot kind of seems worth it still, because as Vainiria, you have a high impact tile over here for 6 points and a meeple back. You can still score your road. And the road Dorito just adds one more impactful tile for yourself. The insurance is that you score 3 points anyway. But maybe there are some more benign options like going over here and simply scoring quick points. But Vainiria does exactly that, which surprises me somewhat. Again, a move makes perfect sense. Now Mauri, of course, is going to go to the field over here. Drop a farmer, try to connect to the straight line. And I believe that green is now taking this game into a favorable direction for himself.
Yeah, I was considering even with the horse just to take 2 points, but restrict the tiles that fit on the invasion platform for the field a little bit. Just that they can't invade with roads, but I don't know if it's really that advantageous.
If they want to invade with road, they can, I guess, go over here. Because there's the road Dorito, right? They can go over here and drop a farmer. But then, on the other hand, this here gets blocked a little bit. So, Mauri, it's a miss, no?
He loves dropping ninja farmers, apparently.
Well, he also loves running his clock down to 6 seconds. I think that might be the issue. Although, it does look like a reasonable move. I mean, there's this dagger, which Vainiria now has. And there's still that road Dorito, which he can later use, so... But then Vainiria actually doesn't care. No, Vainiria can go here and drop a farmer and then hope for the road and then reinvade the field. I think it's just the perfect move. And even if he doesn't get a straight line, he can still get the road Dorito and just have for himself this little field over here. Or you know what Vainiria could do? He could just go over here for 4 points and try to win this big ruin with the road Dorito and just put this game toward the 50-50. Either you get a road Dorito and you invade the field and I lose, or I get the road Dorito, you don't invade the field, and I win with a big 16-point city or possibly even more.
He could also just take the road that Mauri needs to connect and just get a 7-point road or what.
But is that enough?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-point road.
That could be enough, I guess, in some scenarios. I would be worried about this here idea, because just Vainiria takes 1 point by finishing a city in his field. I wonder what the rationale was behind this. And now this gives more options for King Mauri. King Mauri, again, can just go here and try to invade the city, which probably should be enough for him. Or he could go over here, take this road and hope for the road Dorito and connect over here. Or he could go over here and try to invade through a straight line in either direction. Lots of things that Mauri can do. He could go over here and try and drop a farmer like this and invade through a monastery, which also I think helps us with the tiles, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. I think the remaining tiles should be straight line, road Dorito, and monastery, unless I miscounted. The monastery is drawn by Vainiria, who's going to go over here for 6 points, or maybe not. Vainiria has a guaranteed field invasion. He could go over here for 3 points. Basically going...
Mauri's out of time. I don't know what's the rules in this tournament.
I'm pretty sure Mauri loses then. I'm pretty sure Mauri loses. Now, obviously, we can't interfere. Mauri does connect to the field, and Vainiria gets a straight line, and Vainiria could have scored some points extra had he not gone for the 6-point monastery. Had he chosen this here farmer, he would have now gone over here and connected to the field and scored 3 points more. He would have had a 9-point field in his possession compared to a 6-point monastery. We're going to see if it's decisive or not. I don't think it is. I think Vainiria wins regardless, but it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, going back to the I think given the best winning chances actually for either player.
It is possible, yeah, because King Mauri did get the Road Dorito, and maybe that Road Dorito was the way to do it. So Vainiria, of course, has more scoreboard points, but 15 extra field points go to King Mauri, and 9 points win for Vainiria, so that's fairly confident. So the fact that Mauri lost on time, it actually doesn't really matter that much. But let's see if instead of invading the field, this guy would have invaded the ruin. How much extra that would be? Field was 9. Ruin was 17. So 8 points extra, still lost by 1 point, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess there's just not that much that Mauri could have done. And looking back at this game, you know which move turned out to be absolutely clutch for Vainiria? This here. Like, it destroyed this road because look at how many crossroads were drawn. All of them not fitting into the square. So the lesson
that
from
turned
this...
out to be a really good restriction.
Yeah, the lesson from this is just partial blocks, and these restrictions are more powerful than it may seem. And Vainiria is now ahead 2-1. He's now 1 game away from clinching the bronze medal. And we're going to get into that game in just a couple of minutes. Can you do a radio report for us, Elias? Because my board game arena seems to be a little bit slow today. Oh, Milik is commenting that Red actually got the El Vaticano, referring to the fact that Red drew all 6 monasteries and meepled 5 of them.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, Craftraf is saying that invading the city is indeed 1 point short, but he would have had a meeple extra in this case. It depends on when he invades. I was assuming after the 0 point farmer. If he does this before the 0 point farmer, then he probably wins, yeah. But again, he had 6 seconds on his clock, so can't really blame him for just finding a move and going with it. Players are taking a bit of a break, as my board game arena appears to be fine, but the players simply have not started just yet. And I think... there we go, there we go. Now. It's gonna happen now. I don't like this thing in the board game arena interface, that because if you look at a game which is about to start, when it starts, the game just disappears instead of taking you to the actual game.
Yeah. Yeah, that happened with with the biggest update, I think, when they changed to this new visual interface.
Mm-hmm.
And then games started disappearing from spectators.
Right.
But the game has started, and Mauri got a curve. Vainiria got the first City Cup, so it's now 4-0 with 2 points on the board for Mauri. And Mauri now gets a crossroads, so he will close one of the ends of his road. He decides to close the one that's vulnerable for invasion rather than the one that's vulnerable for blocking. It might be correct.
Or maybe not, because in some scenarios, sorry, interrupt you. In some scenarios, like if Mauri were to have now a city plus road tile, something like a rose, that Mauri would be forced to close the city of Vainiria. So that's why it is dangerous to restrict your road at the start. I think just leaving more options could be a little bit better. But as Mauri gets the first monastery of the game, he's doing completely fine. He's having himself 3 points. He's controlling this here city cap of green. Disaster has been averted.
Well, the fourth rose is still on the board right now.
Yeah, so
Actually,
Vainiria can
but-
just safely start a new city elsewhere. Perhaps, maybe here. Yeah, that makes some sense. Mauri, of course, gets a curve which he can use to continue the road, also restrict the square, and give himself more options. Instead, he chooses the more aggressive option, starting a new road, which also makes a lot of sense. And Vainiria with a horse tile is going to have something very, very interesting for him. Option 1, we go over here and we invade this road. Option 2, we go over here and we kind of restrict ourselves towards the dagger, hoping for a winning mini battle, or we can get a couple of Doritos later, and then a dagger finishing our city without finishing our opponent's road. Option 3, we can go over here, start building our city sideways, and invade our opponent's road. Option 4, we go like this, and we kind of restrict our city from both sides, but with one city we do a distant quasi-Ukrainian. We control the monastery from one side, and we're controlling the road from the other side, and we force the opponent to continue our featured. And Vainiria did go for one of my 2 favorite moves. He goes for the idea of kind of building up on the right. Now King Mauri is trying to attack from the left. Vainiria gets the perfect tile to finish his city next to his monastery, get out of that mini battle, and also invade the road of Mauri. Vainiria now 8 points on the scoreboard, Mauri at 0, but the starting player advantage and that monastery is maybe going to help him. Continues the road. Now it's a 5-point monastery. Much better than a 4-point monastery. And Vainiria now with city caps has a variety of options. He could just start a new city cap over here, which would be a bit weak. I like this move over here, starting a new city and also restricting this one a little bit. Thinking of a future threat of perhaps getting another city cap and then a dagger. Mauricio gets the curve and could maybe go over here to continue the monastery, rotating the curve in either direction, or maybe over here, trying to create some blocking opportunities against this here square.
Right. I was thinking when Vainiria got the parallel caps that maybe you don't want to protect your city. Maybe you want King Mauri to invade, and then you get a 2-1 block.
Because you can still block the square. I guess the
Right.
value of that move from Vainiria is twofold. Well, first of all, you do restrict your opponents a little bit. And second, you just don't leave an empty city cap lying around. That might have been his rationale, but it doesn't quite end up working out, as Mauri does finally complete himself a city. Vainiria, of course, gets a city of his own, which I'm not sure where he even is going to go. He might go here, but he might go actually here first. But we know that the farmer of Mauri is actually quite profitable.
The right one is more vulnerable, but it's also vulnerable on the other side.
But there's, of course, is the idea
Well,
of
on
just
the
creating
other
a
side
threat.
is a mini battle.
Hmm?
No.
So yes, of course, there's this big threat now of getting the dagger tile, finishing the city for 10 points, dropping a 9-point farmer over here, and then only continuing Red's road without finishing it. So that's why Red tries to block it with a straight line. Vainiria now with the starting tile is looking to do something about this. He could either go over here with either orientation for some sort of indirect defense, or instead he leaves it alone and tries to pressure this here square a little bit further. And if you're Mauri, what do? You draw one of the daggers that fit into the square. Okay, that's great, but there's still 2 remaining. So you could either go over here, just not allow your opponent to make this lucrative move, or you could start thinking about the safety of your own square and maybe do something like this. Securing the monastery, continuing the road indirectly, starting a new city cap, creating an attacking platform against this here square, and move with fur purposes does not sound bad at all. But the question is, how urgent is this block over here? Very urgent, apparently answers Mauri. And at the very least, green can be happy that green forced red to spend a valuable tile on blocking a shared feature, and ultimately this here guy is still going to have 1 extra point in this mini battle compared to this guy. So that's actually working nice for Vainiria. A road monastery is wonderful in a vacuum. Maybe not the most lucrative tile in the world in this exact moment, but hey, 5 points are 5 points are 5 points. At the expense of the safety of this here square, Mauri now gets himself a tile which he can either use to start a new city or defend this here square, or maybe even meeple this here new road directly or indirectly.
Yeah, sorry I lost you for a little bit, but yeah, I think defending the road plus monastery might be my favorite option right now. But also taking the potential 6-point city looks good.
Yeah, because this actually was the only open city cap on the board. Vainiria gets a curve, so fortunately for them, they can just finish the shared road and improve the quality of their monastery. And I'm kind of alarmed that they're even thinking of something else. Although, knowing Vainiria, like, even for obvious move, he just likes to double-check everything. And in this time format with increment, if you have a Vainiria-style time management, this time format is actually very good for you. Mauri finishes the road, improves the quality of his monastery further. Now a straight line, another monastery are some potential options that can go there. Pretty good position for red, roughly equalish maybe for the most part. Green gets himself a Dorito. I wonder if they're going to find the best move. They could go over here, continuing the city, but I kind of like going over here, starting a new city on the left.
I would just...
Would you just drop a farm or
something? I would just grow the city on the top.
And then expose a platform for connection. I don't know how I feel about that.
Oh, the farmer is good.
Yeah, the thing with the farm at the top is like it just doesn't have a lot of urgency because it is not profitable for red to go over here. Because then suddenly this farm is a bit too small to be grown with 2 meeples, but it is like big enough to be grown with 1 meeple, and we can see that red just simply invades the field, invades the meeple at the top. So this move ends up not quite working out. Vainiria gets quick points. There's also some road building opportunities at the bottom. City cap for Mauri, and interesting options. I presume a move like this is in order, trying to create some sort of invasion opportunities against the city, but instead red chooses to go for a non-confrontational approach, simply expand his field with a city cap, hoping to finish the city, hoping to get a curve to make sure that this here castle belongs in this main field. And Vainiria, in the meantime, with a straight line, does not have productive moves at all, other than meepling this road, but then ideally, in order to meeple this road, you want to wait for something like a curve so that you could cover up on both ends. Is it one of those moments where we accept a bit of inefficiency and just go here, and maybe look forward to getting 2 more curves and another straight line and building a long road like this? Or do we discard this tile altogether? But if we do so, then where exactly do we put it? Like over here to protect our monastery a little bit, or over here to put some pressure on the square and invade this field, or maybe even to a different place entirely.
I think the bottom placement is my favorite because it also prevents the well, not very likely scenario that that road ends up being used by the red road.
Still a scenario to be considered. Vainiria chose the top move, so he still found some value from the straight line. Now, the idea of Red's road expanding to the right that you mentioned is not going to work, as Red is forced to use this curve to prevent Green from finishing this here city at the bottom. In the meantime, Red's managing to successfully develop his field over here and still holding this position pretty much. All meeples of all players are reasonably placed at the moment. These two blocked guys cancel each other. This farmer is okay. These monasteries are both quite strong. This mini battle makes sense for both players. A balanced position so far, but Vainiria has just more meeples to play with in the short term. Green.
Do we still have splitters?
We do have both splitters. Yes. If you're thinking of this here idea of splitting the city at the top.
Yes.
And I think this was Mauri's
should have
concern.
Just connected.
Maybe, actually, yeah, I think that was better. But I think Mauri was thinking, well, Vainiria could go here and reinvade. And maybe if Vainiria gets a splitter, they could go over here and like reinvade like this through a Dorito. So this move does make some sense. I think Mauri wants to get himself like a quadruple city or something. He might even go for a content move, like he might want to go right here and try to invade through this here square. He decides that it is not worth doing, and I kind of agree. Vainiria starts a new road, not in the way I would start this. I think it was best to place this tile over here, to just secure the road end first and then do anything else. In the meantime, Mauri gets ahead on the scoreboard, but immediately redeploys his newly recovered meeple to a farm, trying to develop this into some sort of support meeple, emotional support meeple, I guess, for Red's agricultural workers. But after this here move, this field becomes kind of small, and Vainiria now finishes an 8-point city without finishing Mauri's road. So that is a little bit iffy. Mauri now finishes his monastery, and will he meeple another monastery? And no, he doesn't. Because it was a bit too vulnerable, according to him. Vainiria with a blocking tile could either go here and start restricting the road, or go here and set up a monastery spot, or go on the left and start some field restrictions.
Right. So, I think Vainiria might, well, obviously he's not going to fight for the field, but does he have to worry about the field growing?
A little bit. I mean, there is this green square, and there are some city caps like the other splitter, the vanilla, and even some daggers available for the continuation. You could also fight for the field by going over here directly, although it does seem like a risky endeavor. But let's say a scenario where we go here, drop a farmer, then we get a straight line, drop a farmer like this, and create an even bigger field by getting a curve, connecting like this, and so on and so on. Personally, I have a preference in this position, but I want to hear you first. But I do have a strong preference for green.
Yeah, I think restricting the field looks fine.
Well, so then I think more like Vainiria.
I would not fight for the field, just leave it be a 12-point field with 2 farmers eventually.
That does make a lot of sense, although we should consider it becoming a 15 points, because this castle could be into the field. But I did like this Vainiria's idea of just setting up another monastery.
If you try to
Go on.
Sorry, I lost the connection. I was saying that if you try to restrict the field and the opponent gets the splitter, they get a lot of value out of it. So maybe I don't like it that much.
Right. In the meantime, Mauri is now going for a restriction at the top, trying to maybe block the square and then build his own side of the city for more points, which does seem to work because there are only 2 Dorito tiles that fit into the square, in addition to the 2 horse tiles, of course. The most important purpose of this move is just not allowing Vainiria to draw a splitter and separate this here city. But that said, Vainiria, who has in the meantime placed yet another monastery trying to deliver another Vatican just like last game, still has a productive use for a splitter over here, which would allow him an 8-point city over here perhaps. Another tile is placed at the top.
Sorry,
and Vainiria is now
I
continuing
lost connection again, but yeah.
His city on the right. I'm just drawing something on the map here, and the move that I'm looking for Vainiria is something like this. Just protecting the road towards one of the Doritos, or the rose tile or something like this. An alternative is just to leave the square unrestricted.
That's what I would go for, definitely. Now it looks like a very clear imbalanced position where red has the field and green has the monasteries. And I think the monasteries are a little bit better.
And they are going to be developed even further. Mauri does, however, have this 5-point road at the bottom. So that is something. And he also uses his meeple majority to start a new shielded city. I'm very curious to see how that's going to go. Vainiria with a scoring tile. There's a 3-point spot on the board. That's actually a marvelous 3-point spot. Or wait, ooh. Do we go for 3 points over here? Or do we go for 2 points over here? Trying to block the expansion potential of the field. Because if we don't allow a curve to be placed into that square, then this city or this city are never going to connect with this here farmer.
Right, but right now red has 9 points, and I think it's going to have 12. And if red joins the field, he's going to have 12 anyway.
Or 15.
No, 12, because one city is going to stop being counted twice.
Yeah, but I'm thinking about this one. That could be still completed.
Oh, okay.
With 1 dagger. In the meantime, a very interesting use for a curve that King Mauri chooses not to go over here just yet for the 2nd time straight. He does not care so much about the expansion of the field. He's actually wants to take care of this here city, and this seems to be working as now there's only 1 tile that fits into the square. So he prevents some nastiness. But it might give Vainiria more time to draw a curve, score 3 points, and just try to restrict these 2 farmers a little bit further. If Vainiria manages to go over here, which actually he could do, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Wait, 6, no? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's still 2 straight lines. So if we go here, then there are actually not that many tiles anymore to fit into this square. So this farmer might never even connect with that city. And there are some scenarios how red stays not at 12, but even just at 9 points for his 2 farmers.
Right. But do you do it now or just wait for a city plus road tile? But the thing is, you need it elsewhere, right? You need to close your road.
And also a city plus road tile is
So
not
yeah,
that
maybe the
potent because there are two
restriction.
starting tiles anyway.
Oh yeah, then you just.
Yeah, Vainiria with not the most powerful move, kind of harassing that road a little bit, which ended up not working anyway. Mauri now equalizing almost on the scoreboard and starting a new road, a new city, either completing a road. Getting a starting tile now, which could be used in two spots, either finishing the city at the bottom and getting a meeple back immediately, or adding the city, the tile over here, hoping to get another city cap and getting a 10-point city, and he chooses to do exactly that. Vainiria get a straight line with which he cannot really obstruct that city that much because there's still a sufficient number, well, actually 3 city caps that would still fit there, so it doesn't sound like a word restriction. This move still looks like an appealing option, perhaps, or maybe this move trying to harass that other city, or maybe just saying YOLO and going here for 1 point for the sake of scoring.
I think restricting the farmer now is the right move because now there's just 1 left.
But Vainiria decides that blocking the city is more important, and he might just succeed, as a city cap is not in Mauri's hand. Instead, it is a horse. Moreover, with not many scoring opportunities, but he finds the only one to get 2 points and also restrict both monasteries of green. Green gets a scoring tile, which he could use either for scoring or blocking. Scoring seems to make a little bit more sense at this juncture. 2 points in any location. He uses it in a location which, of course, prevents field expansion in the future, and it actually opens up another field opportunity over here. Mauri, of course, is going to finish his 10-point city and surge into the lead. This here city now can no longer be finished. This here 6-point field can no longer be claimed. Mauri has 2 meeples and 9-point lead on the scoreboard. Straight line for Vainiria. He could go over here and complete this restriction. Yes, this is a complete block. But then I wonder if he can even afford to do that, but because he looks kind of behind, just because of the scoreboard. On the other hand, this here ruin looks nice, this here monastery looks nice. This here situation is a little bit alarming because we only have 2 road Doritos to connect over here, and we need 1 in this here place anyway. But hey, 3 points are 3 points are 3 points, so going here and permanently blocking the square makes the most sense if you ask me.
Yeah, I think Vainiria has to accept that he lost that mini battle of the cities on top. Because if you get the Dorito, it's better to just close your road and drop a 6-point farmer for 9 points.
Right. 10 points actually even.
Oh, yeah, 10.
And this idea now totally works, as Mauri would have expanded his field, but he can't. What he can do, though, is actually go over here and try to hope for the last remaining right-handed dagger that could fit over here and expand his other field to 9 points, bringing his farming total to 12. Or
yeah, he can also prevent the Vainiria's idea and just take a 3-point field.
Yeah, you're reading my mind. Either here or like on the other side. Here is probably a little bit better. And I do like that option, and he goes for it, but he does not claim the field, and let's see if it costs him or not. Vainiria, of course, could protect, but he chooses not to do that. Some fascinating moves. Vainiria actually could still finish his monastery and drop a farmer like this. This is why Vainiria chose to do what he chose to do. Well, in addition to, of course, getting 2 points. Not a blocking tile for Mauri. He can, I guess, just continue his city at the top. Or maybe even start a new one for 4 points here or even here. We're going to find out in due course if he does just that. Still a dagger tile. A threat. Either in this square or in this square.
He could also just grow his city on the bottom. His Vainiria needs tiles in so many other places. Just try to finish a 6-point city.
That could work quite nicely. But he chooses to, I guess, not to mess with the city's orientation, although that doesn't seem to be like too big of an issue. Scoring tile for Vainiria, probably 3 points over here are going to happen. There is no risk of field expansion that way. First of all, this field is 0 points, and second, there are not that many tiles anyway, and Vainiria recognizes it now only -6 on the scoreboard. Mauri with the last Dorito, so that's wonderful for him. This 9-point or even 10-point move is not going to happen anytime soon, if ever. The only tile that fits over here now is the last dagger. And Mauri's going to get away with quite a big city at the top.
Yeah.
Or maybe not.
Is it time to just drop meeples and get a 5-point city?
Maybe not, because he still has time. Vainiria, though, still has... never mind. No, there's nothing that fits into this square. That is actually quite unfortunate. That is really unfortunate. Vainiria is going to get stuck with 3, and Mauri is going to have himself 10. Yeah, I think red just wins this. Like, I don't see anything that green can do, except for maybe going over here for 3 points, hoping that on the very next move you have a dagger, you go over here, get a meeple back, get a 6-point field, and then do like something else with your life. I mean, with your last meeple.
Yeah. I think that's his hope, but it doesn't seem like it's... No. I don't know. He has monasteries.
They're scoring 13 at the moment. So they're barely outscoring the fields. And Mauri has a meeple extra. I mean, we can calculate exactly how far he's ahead, but like Mauri's ahead. You could also play the same move, but without a meeple, I guess. But if he does this, then Mauri does drop that farmer. Vainiria could go here, get a point. That's also an option. Oh, he goes for it. Like, Vainiria is one of the best players when it comes to realizing when you have to risk hard. And he risks hard. If this move has any winning chance, it is a 20% winning chance, because he needs that dagger tile, not at some point, but right now. He needs to finish that road and make sure that he can still drop a farmer. Mauri with a fantastic tile of his own, though. Of course, he's going to go at the bottom for a 6-point move, 3 points extra for completing a city and getting meeple back, and redeploying it to a new farm at the bottom. There isn't anything remotely as good as this. He could also go over here and score 4 points and set up the last monastery, but it proved not to be necessary. And Vainiria does not get the dagger, unfortunately for him, and I think this is going to be it. Mauri is going to win the second game, and he's going to push the whole series into a decider. It has been, we are 2 hours into the stream, and we're still not done with the bronze medal match. I feel that it's going to be a challenge
and
for...
the final starts after this ends, or?
Yes.
Okay.
So we might have as many as 10 Carcassonne games in a row. Mauri gets himself a 6-point field. Vainiria gets the dagger just a little bit too late. I mean, it's still going to be something.
3 points.
It's 6 points. It's 7
6
points.
7 points, yeah.
3 points for field expansion, 3 points for road expansion, 1 point for city expansion. A monastery for Mauri is going to be 5. And surely red must have outscored green by at least 5 points or something like that.
Yeah.
If we ignore the field, then Vainiria wins. But red has just too many farmers, 4 farmers in fact.
Yeah, I think it's... Is it just 1 point? No, it's...
4
it's
points. So I'm quite
4
happy with my
points, yeah.
estimate of 5. So this means that Vainiria did find a win. He actually he had a 20% chance. Had he gotten the dagger, he would have probably won, because there are plenty of places on the board where he could have scored 4 meeples or 4 points or more with his last meeple, if only he were to have recovered his meeple 1 tile earlier.
Right.
Actually, quite an unfortunate tile run out for Vainiria in this one, if you ask me. But this, of course, is great for our viewers, because one more game of Carcassonne, now the decider for all the marbles. The winner gets themselves 3... not 3 points. The winner of the next decider is going to get the 3rd place, and also a chance to participate in the international qualifiers for the 2026 Carcassonne Champions League. And Vainiria is going to be the starting player in this one. He already took a rose and 4 points for that. Mauri will have a rose of his own, but it has only 2 points to offer. And he takes those points in the form of an open city cap, as opposed to 2 quick points for the road. A move which I personally don't know if it is theoretically correct or not. The first monastery goes to Mauri for only 2 points, but he still has to take it, of course. Curvy tile for Vainiria to start a 4-point road. Straight line for Mauri to probably improve the quality of his monastery on the left. Natural moves are being made so far. City cap for Vainiria, and now this is where things get a little bit interesting.
I would go to the left, pointing left, even if it risks the road a little bit, because it's just a little bit.
Well, I do have concerns about this road, because 2 of the rose tiles have gone out. So normally you're worried about the restrictions towards the crossroads, but now the restriction towards the rose is also possible, and Vainiria goes for a content move. He takes a rather vulnerable city, gets immediately restricted to 2 starting tiles straight away, but I don't hate that move.
Yeah, and at the moment there were 3 remaining starting tiles, but
this move, I do actively dislike. If you're gonna do stuff like this, which is fine, you have to turn the city the other way, because you can block this here meeple with tempo, and you prevent from your opponents putting a straight line here to attack 2 of your squares, or even a cow tile, which is probably even worse, kind of essentially blocking 2 meeples. So if you're looking to improve your game, think in the opening, not in terms of features, but in terms of squares. If you can attack 2 of your opponent's squares at the same time, it's good. If your opponents can attack 2 of your squares at the same time, it is not good. But Vainiria is making it work. He's still 6 points ahead on the scoreboard, and he will have the advantage in the end game, being the starting player. He now restricts the city towards 3 tiles. He's now going to invade at the bottom, slowing the development of the monastery. He's later going to finish this 4-point road and try to permanently block this here square.
Yeah, I was considering as green, would you have me place these giraffes neck trying to attack, to just join the 2 cities of red, even at the expense of, because what he did is the most natural move, but the other one would have put a lot of pressure on those cities.
I do like your idea, although I'd like it slightly more with the cow rather than the extender, because there are just more scenarios how the red city gets completed with the extender than it does with the cow. And I also don't want to keep my meeple here for too long because it could get restricted towards a dagger, the same type of dagger that I need over here. So I kind of like the natural move of green, even though it ends up not working out in the short term, as Vainiria did successfully use the new city invasion platform for this sort of stuff. Red is now going to do one of three things. Continue this city over here, whilst also making the indirect defense, which I rather like. Another option was continuing the top city, or getting himself the meeple back over here. Early farmer for Mauri, instead of taking this 5-point road, was quite interesting. I think now he's going to either take the 6-point road, or probably just complete the city cap, and maybe even meeple this 1-point road to continue this here road indirectly. No compelling move that I see. A third option is to go over here and try to create further vulnerabilities in this square, or maybe to go here, try to create further vulnerabilities in the square at the top.
Yeah, I would have taken the road, placing the city cap in the field. But yeah, those are all interesting options.
And of course, Mauri chose something that I didn't even mention. It's a similar one, which I quite like. It leads to Vainiria being able to successfully defend. And Mauri is now trying to block this here square. Now the only 2 tiles that are remaining to fit here. And Vainiria now is facing an impossible decision. Do you wait for a city plus road tile to go over here and then protect the square at the risk of your opponent potentially drawing a Dorito and blocking both of your meeples? Or do you go here and you make a self-block just to make sure that you can save at least one of those meeples?
I would definitely self-block in this position. I don't want to lose 2 meeples. I think I can afford to lose one with 6 points, and I get the road 2, maybe. So yeah, I would go for the self-block, actually.
I don't have an answer to this question. I'm just going to agree with you. I'm just going to acknowledge that these sort of situations is where players agonize about this choice. I would maybe consider still going just at the bottom and starting a new city, because there's some scenarios how I can block one more meeple of my opponent in return. So basically, if I go over here at the bottom, and then my opponent blocks me with something like a big tile, then I can finish the city, and then I can start blocking this square. And then maybe I lose both meeples here, but my opponent loses more meeples over here. Also, one issue which I have with this move is that it actually does not guarantee the full safety of this here meeple. Sometimes, just sometimes, this red guy gets blocked anyway. And we also see that green did not draw any defense tiles, any attacking tiles. So Vainiria might have some regret, but this move is certainly more than reasonable. Scoring tile right now, probably deciding between getting 2 points over here and threatening this
I would get
bit.
the long road and threaten the monastery.
This is also a legit option. Getting the long road, threatening the monastery, exposing an attacking platform against this here city, and also looking to finish the road like this. This is also very nice, but imprecise. Imprecise. I think the other road and orientation was a little bit better to the left, because first of all, it does not give back a loop road with a Dorito, an enormous field expansion potential, which green now still has. And second, the green now has this additional square in his field, whereas had we turned the road the other way, the field would have been smaller and still manageable. Green finishes his city on the right. Now it's ahead on the scoreboard. Vainiria now with the road Dorito. No, with the regular Dorito is looking to go over here and maybe restrict this here city, or maybe over here and complete this connection, or maybe to go at the top and try to expand his city and prevent it from getting blocked and finish it soon for 8 points.
Yeah, I think those are all valid. I would not connect to the city. In any, if I'm gonna play there, I would maybe just expand the red side of the city and try to go for just place a road there to avoid the splitter. But yeah, all those were good options, I think. Now green just defends the monastery and takes 2 points.
And prepares a 4-point ring road, which was left by Vainiria. But instead, green chooses to invade the road of red, which makes some sense. But I think it was not just long enough to justify the investment of the last meeple. Vainiria is now going to inflict massive pain on this here green guy and on this here agricultural worker as a result. Or he could go with your suggestion at the bottom, but I think it's not quite the time to do that. Mauri successfully equalizes the road, but was it really worth it? Had Mauri gone over here, he would have scored 2 points. Then with this Dorito tile, he would have scored 4 more points, so that's 6. For the road, he equalized the 6-point road, so he got the same 6 points as he would have, except there was this extra monastery point and the extra monastery safety. So I think it was a misjudgment as to the importance of this here long road, but Mauri is still somehow surviving. Vainiria, of course, finally getting his 4-point meeple back, now asking a serious question as to how we're going to defend this meeple. And as green, we have again a difficult decision. Either we go here for an indirect defense, still leaving quite a lot of tiles for our opponent to place over here and block our meeple regardless, or we basically kiss this meeple goodbye and try to go over here and finish a 10-point city soon enough in this here area.
Yeah, and you could also consider trying to block the red city on the top. But I think for me the most natural one is to just grow the city on the left. I don't think the defense is good enough, so I would not go for the indirect defense. But I do like growing the city on the left, I think.
And this is exactly what happens. Vainiria now has to block here, of course, which is going to leave more time for Mauri to get a city cap and maybe get away with those 10 points, but it is looking like an increasingly difficult position for the youngster.
Yeah, I do prefer red in this position, but maybe at some point green can take the city that Vainiria used for blocking, and then you get a 9-point field, and you can still come back here, I think.
Oh, you absolutely can, because we kind of like have the same number of blocked meeples. Mauri just got 4 quick points by completing a 5-point road at the cost of 1 city point to his opponent. He's now ahead on the scoreboard, but he does need to recuperate some meeples to try and create important things. He probably wants to fill this square. He probably wants to create a threat over here. And ideally, he wants to place a city cap over here and try to build a 10-point city before Vainiria can. A road monastery is now going to be used with some pain. Either here for 6 points just for scoring, or here for 2 points with attempting to restrict both of his opponent's meeples, or here for 5 points for scoring, control of your opponent's meeple, and then looking to explore some options for secondary fields. Vainiria chooses to go for the scoring option. For the restriction option, sorry, but it ends up not working as Mauri gets the last starting tile But still, a valuable tile is being spent on a monastery. Mauri does not get a meeple back from the city, does not start a 10-point city over here. All is well if you ask me. From Red's perspective, a 3-point road is left up for grabs. Vainiria can meeple this road if he so chooses. He can also try go for a farmer over here. Or a 4-point road over here, I think it is a little bit better. You can also restrict the city on the left. Start a new road like this indirectly whilst also creating an attacking platform of the city. So plenty of options here for the player with the red meeples.
Yeah, I don't love the use for the road monastery actually. I think the 5-point spot was better, because this one enlarges the field, and I think he had the advantage. So by enlarging the field, he created more variance. The double restriction was good, but well, 2-to-1 restriction. But I think it was maybe for winning odds. It was, but the other placement was better.
And it seems to be the case, especially once that this tile is drawn anyway. Well, we can see that Vainiria did choose the move, which is like multi-purpose, scoring road here, pressure here. Mauri doesn't have a lot that he can do with this tile, other than maybe going over here and thinking of some sort of restriction for a city, which has been here at the top for ages, so much so that I have nearly forgotten about it, but it's still here. It is a threat. And I don't know what else we could do. Maybe we can go here, create some sort of defense against this here square, some sort of additional green square for our field, perhaps. We could also go here, block a monastery spot, but I'm not quite a huge fan of it. I'm not a fan of restricting our own city at all, especially now that we need city plus field tiles everywhere. But there must have been a reason for this. I guess one of these reasons is that one piece of value from this move is the attack, mild attack on this here square. Finally, city cap from Vainiria, but he hasn't placed it here for 8 points yet.
Because he's considering taking the other city, I think.
But he chooses to play it safely, which may or may not be correct. I don't know. Straight line for Mauri. I think at this point Mauri should have considered meepling of this 4-point road, because he has multiple places where he can get a meeple back. Instead, he restricts the city, which makes sense because Vainiria has more meeples and has more chances to meeple that city. But if you're Mauri, you're behind, maybe you want to keep that city open so that you can take it yourself.
Yeah, I agree. I think taking the road might have been the move, but it still looks very favorable for Vainiria. If Mauri gets a cap soon enough, maybe he can meeple the field. But we'll see.
Uh-oh, look at this. Vainiria
Oh, that's...
is starting a new city, and he's about to get blocked if he doesn't do anything. And he doesn't do anything. There are no rose tiles remaining. If Mauri gets a Dorito, he could go over here and block 2 meeples of Vainiria, but he doesn't get it. He does not get it. Vainiria takes 4 points for this here road, which also comes with a severe field restriction, actually. And Vainiria is 11 points ahead anyway, so maybe he can survive these 2 blocked meeples. But man, this is so vulnerable. Curvy tile for Vainiria is probably going to go over here, start the restriction of the city, or maybe go over here and continue the restriction of this here city. Not a lot of other moves do make some sense. Going over here, taking out a monastery spot would not make much sense. What do you suggest, Elias?
I think restricting the city on the left seems like the most natural for me. Yeah, maybe like that to make it so that he needs road plus, field plus city tiles everywhere.
Yes.
He gets the first one. Does he farm?
Maybe. He's thinking about it. And he chooses to farm defensively, simply not to allow his opponent this farming opportunity, but instead a monastery tile for Vainiria, several wonderful spots. Here for 5 points is going to be just fine. Here for 6 points is probably even better. Actually, much better. It's pretty much a no-brainer. We also threatening further restriction of the square. If a green chooses to complete his monastery, we get a 7th point. I guess something is to be said about this here placement. And kind of trying to hope for one of the 2 remaining daggers, but that seems to be way too extravagant at this juncture.
Yeah, I think the one on the mid bottom is very natural.
And Vainiria definitely sees the idea, but he really likes to use the time control to his full advantage. Because we get this 45-second increment every turn, Vainiria is basically spending 45 seconds every turn. And he does exactly that. And the splitter tile is drawn, so Mauri is going to finish his city and monastery, now getting himself a rather good position with lead on the scoreboard and on meeples. And Vainiria is going to get himself 1 compensation point, but one thing he needs to be wary about is, of course, a city tile going over here, restricting him towards the non-existent starting tile, as all 4 are already on the board. Vainiria manages to save his meeple before he's getting blocked. Now there's still 2 tiles that fit into the square. There are plenty of city cap to continue, and lovely move here from King Mauri. Taking 1 more farmer, but more importantly, blocking this square permanently. Vainiria, however, with a wonderful tile to continue his city and take out this city cap. He could also go over here, but he can do this a little bit later. This square appears to be more sensitive. Mauri with a wonderful tile again. Could go here. Yeah. Develop his city and try to complete it. Could go here, try to start a new city, which would be way too easily blockable. Or could go here, try to develop his new field and also put a bit of pressure on this square. Opts for the last of the options.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was thinking to just try to complete the other city and expand the 3-point field, but this is also quite fine.
I think the other option was actually considerably better. I think Mauri is underestimating how important this city is actually for his win condition. I don't think he ever wins if he does not complete that.
Why did he not try to block Vainiria's city on the right with the straight line?
I think he's just too afraid of the splitter, which could like go over here. So now the splitter on the left is a bit more vulnerable. In fact, there's only 1 road Dorito tile and 1 horse tile that fits over here. So in most scenarios, this guy does not see the light of day, but Vainiria can now pose more serious threats by just going over here. And then saying, if you don't find a city tile, I'm getting the last Dorito or the splitter and getting myself like 16 or 18 points.
Yeah, I think the straight line was played too quickly and he just missed that city is completable.
I'm not I don't mind a straight line, because if you were to place it over here, that actually wouldn't be such a big restriction because they're 2 dagger tiles anyway. And 2 out of 19 is actually quite a lot.
Okay, yeah, and you need some time to complete the block. But...
So red is now restricting that city. Green is restricting that city, but But there's still one more tile that fits to complete it immediately and one more tile to continue it. Vainiria can now score some quick points and take out a city cap in his opponent's field, which is still necessary given the fact that there are daggers available, 2 daggers available in fact. In particular, 2 left-handed daggers.
And you create a 6-point field next to the 9-point field, which is better for you than for the opponent.
Exactly.
So I think it's
only
very
you can claim
natural
this field. Because if your opponent claims this field, then you suddenly make... Oh. Well, I did not expect that.
And now he needs the Dorito everywhere.
He needs the Dorito everywhere. And also look at how quick this block came from Mauri. That's a really strong find. Vainiria basically is going to give up on this meeple, just take the quick points. Mauri is gonna do I don't know what, maybe here. Doesn't really do all that much. Maybe here just to get an extra point. Not thinking about completing his city. But eventually this game is gonna be about that road Dorito for this here square. So certainly Green is looking to do something like this and then take a permanent block over here. Green chooses, I was gonna say to drop a farmer, but no! He simply restricts the entry into the main field, and this allows Vainiria to not only finish his big city, but also drop a farmer and be ahead on the scoreboard by 12 points.
Yeah, I don't understand too well. I think Mauri is thinking about, at least if he closes his city, he cannot invade my field, but it's just 3 points you are saving. It's not that important, really.
Yeah, if you want to make moves like these, you have to farm yourself.
I think just taking 1 point was the move, probably. Or dropping the farmer.
It is quite possible, but the game still continues. Vainiria is now not able to continue this here city as a result of this block by Mauri, but Vainiria has another city that he has continued, so the problems of Mauri are just never stopping.
Yeah. And I really feel like everything got complicated by not restricting that city, but who knows, maybe if he restricts the city, Vainiria gets the dagger right away. And I will be saying a different thing right now. Now, I'm not sure why Vainiria didn't go for the quick points and took the other seed instead. I think the quick points were better, but
the quick points were better, but like I can understand the idea here because there were still 2 daggers that he can use, but this city was just so easily blockable. That must have been a mistake. Mauri got 5 points for the monastery. That is a little bit of something. I doubt his monastery plus field are going to be enough because these city points are actually going to add up nicely for red. And what do you do as green? You try to score some quick points, I guess.
And Vainiria still has a crossroads for his road and getting 4 quick points in the meantime, right?
And maybe even invading the field for good measure.
Yeah. I don't think he needs to invade the field.
But there might be a situation where the last 2 tiles remaining are both crossroads. So if you know you have 100% chance of drawing a crossroad, you just drop a farmer anyway and take the 100%.
Yeah.
Vainiria is trying to create a platform with which he can restrict the city cap which is in Mauri's field in the future, because I guess Mauri's biggest threat is trying to score 7 points over here, which is not nothing in a position this closed. And Mauri actually has a defense, surprisingly. He can go in that area and still have a chance to draw one of the last 2 daggers. But I probably wouldn't bother. I think I would just go and take a point because I need points so badly. If my opponent blocks successfully, then I just try to go here with these 2 daggers and build up my monastery and field at the same time. The 2 daggers also happen to be the only remaining city caps at all available in the deck.
Maybe the defense is alright, right?
Yeah, but like it's still a point sacrifice, and we get the dagger anyway.
Yeah.
Which of course we're gonna use for 7 points. It doesn't even give back any farming options, so I think as Mauri you should do this as quickly as possible, because you know what your move is gonna be, and you know that your opponent gets into time trouble, so you have to pressure Vainiria, you have to hope that they make some sort of mistake. Because these 7 points could mean something.
Yeah. Yeah, he should just take them. He keeps thinking about it.
I'm really not sure if there's a reason to do anything else. Oh, I know what he might be thinking. He might be thinking of going over here and trying to complete the city for more points than just 7. Not realizing that there are no city cap that fit into this square. I'm just trying to explain why you are spending 1.5 minutes on a move in a situation where you can time pressure your opponent.
Yeah. Maybe just counting the score or something.
But it appears to be not the moment to do that, because you know you're going to be taking those 7 points anyway. So you take them, and then you count the score whilst Vainiria is thinking, especially since he has a reputation, because now Vainiria can think during your time, and that's a problem.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going too low on the clock. This is really bad.
And
oh,
he does a move which is inexplicable to me.
Yeah.
Like
yeah,
I can
no idea.
tilting. Maybe tired. Vainiria gets a meeple back from his road. Mauricio cannot do much except taking some 2 points on the left. Vainiria deservedly is going to get the last dagger, so Mauri is not going to get 7 points. Instead of 7, he's going to get 0. Oh, this hurts.
And maybe, well, Vainiria can take just 1 point, but maybe it's better to just take something that's worth more points. I don't know.
With the idea of avoiding a meeple surplus in the future, I wouldn't be too concerned with that because there's only one quick point tile remaining, namely the last crossroads. And, oh, but I see your idea. But there's some city tiles with which you can kind of score anyway. Yeah, so 1 point is indeed taken. 4 points for the city in your opponent's field. Mauricio.
Well, there are... Oh, the best spot for the monastery gives an entrance to the other people to your field.
Yeah, you don't really want to be doing that. 1, 2, 3,
Oh,
4, 5,
it's
6,
just
7,
3 point difference. You get 6 and the opponent gets 3. You get 3 in the end.
I guess this could be the most productive placement of a meeple, actually, but there's still a crossroads and a curve that fit there. So, like, that invasion is almost guaranteed. And he does this anyway. Curve for Vainiria could go in a number of places. Here, of course, is the highest scoring move. It's worth 5 points. 3 for the field invasion and 3 for the road. -1 for your opponent's monastery. This here is a 4-point move, which you can score 5 for the road, -1 for your opponent's monastery. Or he could just go here, try to drop a 3-point farmer, and then invade this here 9-point farm later. It seems to me that just going for this here invasion makes the most sense.
I would play immediately because, yeah, but okay.
Monastery tile for Mauri. And Vainiria gets himself a crossroads.
I think he will find.
Well, Vainiria does not lose on time. He wins on the board and on the clock, and he is the bronze medalist of the 2025 Chile Online Carcassonne Championship, and he also wins the right to represent Chile in the international qualifier for the 2026 Carcassonne Champions League. As for Mauri, 4th place, still respectable results, also winning the former champion in the quarterfinals. Winning against HT Bry is a big deal, and maybe next year they will be able to climb even higher. Let's now have a look at the game analysis that they're saying. Vainiria is saying, well played, it was fun and complicated.
I've never played so much in a row, he says. So many games in a row, I guess.
Go on.
And King Mauri sends greetings to everyone who's watching.
Yes, of course, they're very well aware they're being streamed. Now the grand final is happening, hopefully after a couple minutes break.
Yeah.
Okay, this one I understood. Now the starter is over, now is the main dish. Yes, the main dish when I think so many viewers are already quite full, but trust me, it is going to be a very, very interesting match between Tito, Arce, and Edgard Townsend for all the marbles. Elias, what does pelandonos mean?
Sorry?
Pelandonos, the word.
Oh, so...
Oh, like
pelar
of us
means
playing? Is that like a
peel.
participle?
Literally pelar means to peel, but as a slang it means to pay attention to. In Mexico, at least. I'm not
Ah,
sure in Chile.
okay. Alrighty, so now time to take a little break, but we need confirmation in the chat as to how long the break is going to be. I'm also gonna check. Actually, let me check if anybody is gonna say anything. Let's make it okay. We actually have an option. Let's make it an 8-minute break, because I feel like it was so long. It was that we need some hot beverages, we need recoveries for our voices, and our viewers need some snack. Are you fine with that, Elias?
Yes. So 8-minute break.
Yes. So exactly at midnight UTC starts the grand final between Tito Arce and Edgard Townsend.
Okay, perfect. See you in a bit.
See y'all in a bit. All right, I am back. My co-host Elias is going to be back in a minute or so.
I'm back too.
Oh, perfect. I'm just gonna turn back your video in a second. And there you are. Now everybody can see you and your beverage. Everybody can also see my beverage in this mug that I got from players from Carcassonne, Hong Kong. I'm gonna show it again. It also says Carcassonne on the other side. Alright, so the match should now start, but a reminder to all of you, now it's time for the grand finals. Tito Arce, who defeated King Mauri in the semifinals, is going to play against Edgard Townsend, who defeated Vainiria in the semifinals. Both players in their 600s rating-wise. It should have been an even match, and I'm afraid that this one is also likely to end in 5 games. So buckle up for possibly 2 more hours of Carcassonne, if not more. Well, they haven't created the match just yet, but it is going to happen imminently.
Tito has created the match, but Edgard hasn't joined.
Okay. So then we're just waiting a little bit. Okay, they're saying that they're about to start. And Pesares is start, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And we are indeed starting. Both players have joined. And they're still keeping us in suspense a little bit. Tito now rated 664. They have, of course, the higher peak rating too. Townsend and respectable 616.
Yeah. I mean, less than 50 elo points difference. It's really not that unlikely to see an upset when you have that short of a difference.
And I wouldn't even necessarily call it an upset. In fact, Edgar's play yesterday in the semifinals was very, very convincing. He found some master level move in tricky position, so I even honestly view Edgard as a slight favorite, maybe like 55%, but it is Tito who has black meeples in the starting position and starts with 4 points on the scoreboard, 4 points right back at you from Townsend's blue meeples. The first city of the game, the first big tile of the game. Now we're gonna see the stylistic decisions potentially being made. And he goes for not a farmer, just a discard, which is already a stylistic decision. I guess it takes away some monastery spots. I would have probably started a new city over here. Tito does not want to get stranded. And now again, a stylistic consideration for Townsend. Do you go over here and start a city, or do you go over here and start a field?
He goes for the field. And it might work. Tito goes for the restriction of the field, and now there's only 1 spot for the monastery, and it's not a good spot.
You probably have to pass up a monastery, as much as I hate doing that. I mean, I don't know. Although, like, there's still 3 tiles that fit into the square. I like Edgard. I like what Edgard is doing. But I think with this curve, it was certainly a very interesting question that was asked for blue. So let's see if this pays off for Edgard. Townsend now has an interesting option. I don't like this one. Now he needs city plus road tiles in too many places. Tito can do so much damage by going over here. I thought there was some other option available. I think an option which blue overlooked was going over here and trying to self-restrict the field, hoping to keep it at 12 points after completing this here city cap, but I understand why he chose not to do that. But the main reason why I dislike this move so much is because it kills off a second monastery spot. It does not allow him to create a monastery cluster. Now Brian, his brother, Edgar, starts a new road. Tito restrict the city. Still 3 tiles that's left into the square, and look at that. Here's the second monastery, and we just look at it, and we acknowledge the impossibility to properly meeple the monastery. So you see, it's not just about... Monasteries are tricky, like, it's not just about how you meeple them, it's also about how you develop them. But now that we find ourselves in this position, which we should not have in the first place, but whatever, we find ourselves in this position, how do we solve it? Do you meeple another monastery and risk getting blocked? Like over here? Or do we just discard it somewhere over here and hope to get a road monastery soon enough?
I would discard it. I don't like this monastery right now. I'm not sure if it's better on the right or on the top. I don't like this one. I think it's too easy to block everything.
Yeah, really... Oof. Oh, this is so painful and so avoidable and so painful. Only 1 tile to fit into the square. Tito continues his road. I mean, Townsend continues his road. Tito scores 2 points. Gets ahead 6 points on the scoreboard. Townsend probably should just take the quick points and complete the self-block. He's lucky if he's going to even get a dagger into this square. This is already not a concern anymore. Black has a couple of options here. He could go here and try to go for a complete block of this square, or he could go here for a farmer, try to invade with a straight line and equalize this blue's 9-pointer.
Yeah, but I think what I would expect to happen is that eventually that city cap is taken, and then you create a second field, and then you take it. And if Edgar takes it, then you join the fields, and he has 2 meeples in a 12-point field, which is okay, but maybe you can dropping another farmer, but he has the meeple minority almost for sure.
Ooh. Oh, the pain. We can see that a road is taken and immediately restricted by Black, who now equalizes the farmer. So basically Black completely followed your plan, Elias. And they might even complete the city cap and drop another farmer, and there's just going to be a lot of pain inflicted on the play with the blue meeples. Their hope is just to draw the 2 daggers as soon as possible. A monastery comes down for Black for 4 points and a chance to complete it later, perhaps. Tito gets more quick points. Now there is another farming platform for either player to use. Townsend, I think, has to defend this monastery, this city towards something uncomfortable. Namely towards one of the 3 horses. There's still 1 tile that fits here, and 1 tile that's that one tile that fits here. He's saying 4 daggers so far in the chat, but 1 each is still available. Townsend chooses to invade this city at the bottom, has only 1 meeple available for himself. He's not able to defend this here square, but at least he's going to get himself a road meeple back, so that is something. And then maybe if Tito does not get a road tile, Townsend can go here. Meeple this road. And not this city. I am a bit baffled about this move. It seems like a tilt move because it just does not work often enough. And like, even if you want to try and create the threat of completing a city, you typically gotta wait for a couple more tiles. Now this square is permanently blocked, and I like the use of the monastery like this, just because as Tito, we're significantly ahead on meeples, and we want to prevent even the slightest chance of our opponents recovering the meeple. On the other hand, it does seem a little bit excessive. Maybe going over here would have been just fine. Blue chooses not to continue his city. Instead, he chooses to separate the 2 fields. 12 points for blue, 12 points for black. Both fields are actually completely emboxed and capped, so no big field fights are going to happen. Blue is forced to discard the monastery and create a blocking platform. Doesn't quite work as black gets himself a new farmer for 6 points.
Do you think this farmer is too early?
A little bit, but I think it's okay because Tito has an army of meeples, and this is done not for defensive reasons, like not because blue is going to take your farm away. Of course, blue's not going to do that with only 1 meeples, but this is done just like for tempo reasons, so that we don't have to spend 1 more move on dropping a farmer. I think it's passable. Townsend now actually has a chance. He's 1 tile away from completing the city, and Tito is not able to block it, only restricted. But I don't think he should do that. I think he should go over here and start a new road and create a second attacking platform against the city. Or maybe this move is not that bad because it would take away 3 road Doritos from Townsend's arsenal. Ignoring the city and just going for scoring is also an option, setting up potentially a spot for the last road monastery.
Oh, and he takes the field already.
This one I can understand.
Might he be over farming? Like, yeah, I think this one is good actually, but
really, I think this one's early.
I do see a scenario where Tito ends up with just 1 meeple and 3 small fields that.
Yes.
And then Edgard has a chance to come back.
And Edgard can get a meeple from this road and a meeple from this city. And, no. Why Edgard did not want to go over here? That was such a perfect move. To restrict this farm so hard. It would be the hardest farm restriction I had ever seen in my life. I'm exaggerating for dramatic content. In the meantime, a monastery spot is being set up over here, which does not really benefit the player with fewer meeples, who is now forced, by the way, to pass up a scoring opportunity in order to protect this here square. That said, I'm not sure how I feel about this, even though I completely understand this move. 2 tiles still fit here, and blue needs to connect in order to share these points and to get meeple back. Tito can now pick off an empty city cap, and he kind of does, except he does this in a very unpredictable manner. I'm not sure why he didn't want to start a new city. Maybe he's a bit afraid that too many city plus road tiles have gone out, and some meeples are a bit too easily blockable. But now suddenly Townsend completes a road. He's equal on the scoreboard, and again, this is a playable position somehow. He's going to eventually get himself a tile that equalizes this. There's still one road Dorito that fits into this square. And as blue, with a curve, we can go over here now, limiting the farm, or over here with a similar effect.
Yeah.
Or maybe over here, creating some sort of a weak but existent blocking platform against this here black monastery.
Yeah, I would try to restrict the field, but no, he's trying to restrict the other field. Okay.
Which makes some sense, and also this road meeple seems to be maybe a bit too desperate too soon. There's only one tile remaining that fits into this square, and even that is going to continue the road but not finish it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, still many curves remaining. So going over here does not make much sense, but we could go here and then create a city cap, which we could meeple, then try to obstruct our opponent's monastery, get a road end, and maybe this dagger tile a little bit later. This is exactly what happened on the board. Tito is going to score regardless. Or no, he is not going to do that. That surprises me. Townsend with a starting tile should take either these 4 points, which I really like, instead of the other 4 points. I think that's very smart, despite the fact that they're on your opponent's field. This field can be invaded a little bit later. Tito takes the other city cap, leaving the square quite vulnerable. So Townsend can now just block it, which is exactly what happens. Nothing that fits into the square because both road monasteries have gone out. And then eventually as Townsend, we want to go here and drop a farmer, perhaps.
So I was about to mention that previously Tito was not bothering trying to complete the block of the city, but he now does. But it's interesting because I think completing the city was 7 points more for 10 or 9 points more for Edgar, but 6 points more for Black. So it was not that big deal in terms of points, but it would give a meeple back.
Yeah, and a meeple back in this position can be worth actually quite a lot. I think at least 9 for a potential field invasion over here.
Right.
And possibly even more. Yeah, now Townsend is in a pickle. Not only does he have just 1 meeple in hand, and only 1 dagger that goes here to fit into the square. Now there's only a single tile that fits into this square as well. But this move, however, is exceptionally smart. It creates a platform for farming. If he gets this here magical tile soon enough, he will be able to finish the city and drop a farm at the same time, and then get the dagger and connect to the field a little bit later. Quick points for Tito, who's ahead 4 points on the scoreboard. Meaningless tile rather for Townsend. There's of course the option of going over here for 6 points, but that seems to be excessively aggressive and easily blockable. So I guess we just discard the tile by going over here, trying to block this here 3-point scoring opportunity for your opponent perhaps. Or
maybe you want to keep the variance, right?
On one hand, yes. On the other hand, there's so many curves that your opponent is likely to get it, but it seems to be working so far because your opponent does not have a curve just yet. Maybe that is correct. Maybe we need the curve and the cow and the field connection and all of those things. Okay, the dagger is drawn, which is nice, but maybe this is not how we wanted to draw it. Of course, we have to fill that square now, But it is kind of unfortunate because when we finish the city, we will not be able to drop a farmer, and we really needed that farming platform. So in a way, maybe Townsend now is going to regret things. Maybe they wish they had dropped a farmer over here, but on the other hand, they can't drop a farmer over here because they need still meeples to take the 3 points from this curve.
Yeah, but maybe not placing the Dorito there would have allowed to play a farmer later when you do close the city.
But then if they place the Dorito, they want to prepare the farmer with this here tile, so it's just tricky, right?
No, exactly, but so the thing is, if by placing the Dorito, you are saying you are gonna get the cow before you get the dagger. By not placing it, you are saying you are gonna get the dagger first and the cow after, and then you can meeple the field with the cow anyway.
Yeah, so either way, you're just... Yeah, you're right. You're right. Maybe it was a bit more precise to not place the Dorito there, but it's a very, very subtle consideration. Tito now, with 4 points extra and a meeple, can do pretty much anything. I think taking this 6-point rune is quite tempting, with potential for further expansion. This 5-point rune is probably not going to do much. This 6-point rune is a possibility. This city actually is quite interesting. There are still a couple of city caps remaining. But instead, he just pre-builds a ruin instead of taking it outright. Townsend gets himself 3 points. Is only 1 point behind on the scoreboard. Tito with a curve. Cannot do nothing much with that curve.
Yeah, I was even considering blocking the 3-point road with the Dorito, but I think I would have taken the 3-point city trying to close it.
I do like that a lot, yeah, because there's still a couple of city caps, and even if your opponent draws the city cap, at the very least you've cleaned off a cap and not allow them points. Tito goes for a 3-point farm, I presume. Yeah, he's trying to anticipate the completion of that city on the city cap. And this allows Townsend to actually have some chances. The counterintuitive move which I see here is simply getting myself a 1-point road and dropping a city cap in my opponent's field, which might seem uncomfortable. But that actually sets up a wonderful field connection opportunity over here, where we get to drop a farmer and connect through this here square, like this, because there's still one vanilla city cap available. And frankly, I just don't see any other opportunities. It's also noteworthy...
I lost.
Oh, no worries about that. It's also noteworthy that this here move would set up an opportunity to get a curve and another curve and try to connect to the farm that way, whilst also prolonging the road of blue and even having a slight chance of completing that road later.
I lost connection again. Sorry about that.
No worries. I just kept talking, so... But maybe since you didn't hear me, I'm curious to see if you're going to come up with the same idea as I did or something different.
With this tile?
Yes. I can actually see one more move in addition to what I suggested.
I think I would just... Well, I'm seeing continuing my road. I want to see if I can attack the field later by closing the city.
The answer is
so
yes.
I need to count city cap. Or is there one left?
Vanilla's yes.
1, 2. Yes, there's one vanilla left.
He doesn't do it.
Then how do you...
Instead,
Because you need
what
a vanilla
he
to
did...
connect, but you need also something to create the platform.
Oh,
Well,
that's
the
true.
invasion. So I'm not sure if it works.
Well, there's the... Oh, yeah, because the cow you already need elsewhere, of course. So Townsend instead sets up a city elsewhere and takes 4 points, but I still maintain that he should have gone over here, because he could have gone over here and taken the city and then dropped a farmer like this and connected through that way as well on the left. Unfortunately, the cow has been drawn by Tito, so these here city points will never gonna get shared. 5 points mini battle is the advantage for Tito. And actually, Townsend is ahead on the scoreboard. Wait a minute. These here monasteries are kind of equal. These here farmers are equal. This here 3-point farmer is equal with this here 3-point guy. This here 9-point farmer is almost equal with this here road. This here city actually surpasses in this mini battle against this here farmer of 3 points. So is Townsend even behind?
So really you have to compare the two big cities, and the farmer is kind of 2 points ahead of the 1-point city, right?
You could say that, sure. But Townsend gets a super important tile, which is the last city cap that fits into this square. And he can go over here and take the 1 point for the city, but he doesn't even have to. The most important thing from that
but I
is...
think it's good, because you create a 6-point field, and Tito does not want to take it because it will be joined with the other field.
But it could very well be enough.
You probably take it yourself later.
Well, but you know what, Tito? But you know what can happen? I don't know. Yeah, so Townsend chooses to take 4 points, interestingly, for the city, and he's banking on the 2 remaining crossroads. Oh, that is his evil, cunning, evil plan. There are still 2 crossroads remaining to give himself a tile here and a meeple back. Unfortunately, he does not get it. He will be able to score 1 extra point over here, but I think he's going to come a little bit short, or maybe not. No, he's going to come a little bit short, because Tito probably going to draw a crossroads and score 3 points over here, and then score a little bit more with the last tile anyway. But we're going to see what's going to come out of this. Yeah, Tito does get the crossroads, gets the 3 points, equalizes the scoreboard. And Townsend gets a hugely important tile. He gets the tile which is going to prevent Tito from scoring this huge ruin. And the best that Tito can do is just a measly 3 points. Did Edgard just win this? Like, we're talking about a difference of 1 or 2 points. So I'm not refreshing. You're going to see the city points being counted. 7 points at the bottom city. 9 points for the road, which completely equalizes the big 9-point field in the game. 2 12-point fields in the center are going to get cancelled. Tito has the monastery, and yeah, I'm pretty sure Townsend has taken this down in a just completely miraculous fashion after having a seemingly miserable position. He's going to come out on top with just 1 point. Oh no.
Yeah, the Dorito did it. Oh no.
I forgot about the farmer.
The 3-point field.
I thought we counted all the 3-point field.
No, apparently he. Well, yeah. So the mini battle of the 1-point city against a 3-point field. That's the difference.
Exactly, yes. Wow. But you know what? I think Townsend had a decent chance after this here move. I do like this here move because the idea was that he could get a crossroads to get himself a meeple, and if he gets a crossroads, yeah, his winning chances were like 1 in 6.
I think if he takes the 1 point, he has better odds because he can take the 6-point field or the 8-point ruin.
Maybe? But then if he gets a crossroads, then he finds himself at a meeple surplus, so that's the issue.
No, because you don't close your road, you just take 3 points.
Oh, you just take 3 points. Okay, you take 1, you take 3. But then you kind of still need this tile in order to win, right? Because you need this tile to deny your opponent the 8-point city. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you just need this Dorito regardless. And then your opponent can take this here tile, this here city on his last, of this here field on this last move, and we can't follow through with your idea to connect because we don't have moves. So I'm not sure about the exact probabilities, but definitely the idea of Townsend was reasonable, and it's quite a common tactic at the end game that we spend our last meeple just to try to recover 1 more meeple in order to avoid a meeple surplus.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so we're gonna go in the second game right now. Has it started? We might need another radio broadcast from you, Elias.
Sorry?
We might need...
okay. Yeah, so it's already started. It's 4-0 for Edgard Townsend. Now it's 6-4 for Tito. There's a interesting situation with cities where a Dorito plus horse would give a medium-sized city for blue, but things could go south. Tito might end up blocking one of blue's meeples, and that's what he's trying now. Now blue needs 2 horses to complete his invasion. It's still 50-50 for the 2 horses. Tito gets the first one, so now it's 25% for the 2 horses. And now it's looking better for Tito. Arce. He does a move that I don't love because he gives potential 3 points to his opponent. He gets 1 point for his monastery. Now he creates a potential evil hamster. This is a very volatile game right now. Edgar gets the quad city, destroying Tito's city and tying it to his own. So effectively destroying both cities, kinda, because they're still splitters. And now Tito gets a curve, which he can use for... I don't know how long I've been talking to myself.
No, you're still here.
It just reconnected. But
I'm just listening to you. Keep talking, you're doing wonderful. The game's on the screen.
Yeah, I lost connection for a second, but okay, we are back. And we have a dagger. There's two monasteries restricted, mutually blocked or mutually restricted. And we're still waiting to see what happens with the two-horse situation. And Tito goes for another block.
This monastery does look severely restricted, but I really like this move here from Tito because there's like just one tile that fits into this square. And then the idea is that if we manage to block this here square from Tito, which we now absolutely do, then suddenly we can take these 9 points for the monastery if it becomes relevant without giving a meeple back from our opponents. So just like in our last game, it is the same situation as Tito has the slight disadvantage on the scoreboard, but the advantage in meeples. And Townsend is going to just try and withstand all that during the game. He gets himself a road Dorito.
And now that Tito got the second, that's not what I would have done. So now that Tito got the second horse, we know that Edgard is not going to win the big city. So Edgard should have, in my opinion, closed the shared city for, that's 2 versus 1, and blocked his own meeple with 1 point against the monastery with 7.
Oh, and the idea is that we can actually...
Monastery.
And is your idea, Lee, is that from Blue's perspective, if we block the square, that we can still go over here with the last dagger and actually somehow survive with our meeple at the top?
Right.
I guess we can still do this sort of idea later, or we can just like draw the last horse anyway. Tito draws another dagger, and now this is the type of position which I think Blue cannot really survive, because Tito dropped an excellent farmer. He's making full use of his meeple majority. He's 2 points ahead on the scoreboard regardless, and this monastery extra and this 1 point city meeple is going to get outrun sooner or later. This field here is worth 9 points with another city cap and a bunch of green squares for further development. So some thin chances, but I would give it like 10% to Townsend in this situation, despite half the game being still in front of us.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. Road Monastery. Now I'm about to eat my words. 9 points just out of nowhere. Fans of Edgard are going to love this. And he still has 2 meeples to play. There's some quick points to be taken. 4 points over here, 4 points over here. A 6 points monastery spot. Yeah, there we go. Townsend does the thing that you suggested now. Drops a farmer for a 6 point counter field, which I like. There's going to be one more city cap to be taken over here. Tito could even clean this off right now, although I doubt if that is truly the best course of action. Maybe we just go for this city cap instead and then try to drop some more farmers. We have 2 extra meeples after all in our hands.
Yeah, I think that taking the city in your own field might be better. I mean, the field is attackable, but you have 2 more meeples, so you are by far the favorite to win it in the end.
He makes a comparable move, trying to go for a rhombus-shaped city with some Doritos still available, 4 Doritos still available, and both splitters. I actually quite like that decision, but Townsend gets himself 4 points on his field, so an 8 points move in total, and this is now suddenly a completely playable position for Blue. So my estimates of 10%
Yeah.
might have been a bit too conservative for at that stage. 4 Point Road is the newest acquisition of the play with the black meeples. Blue now severely restricts the city of black, but black gets a vanilla city cap to get 4 points on his field. The field is now worth 12 points, so Townsend probably should attack it at some point, but not right now. He cannot afford to do it right now. If you attack here, then you connect, then your opponent takes the city cap and attacks again. So very wise move, disciplined. Just continuing a monastery and dropping a city cap in his field. We can always attack the field later. Tito finishing a 5 points road and putting himself closer on the scoreboard. Townsend with a triple city tile is thinking whether to invade, and the answer is, I think, still no. He could also go over here and perform some blocking opportunities against the monastery spot, which might be wise. He could go over here and block some farming options at the expense of creating a ruin, which his opponent is more likely to take. Or he could do something, I don't know what, in this here general area.
He goes for the latter. I was considering blocking the monastery square, but on the other side, creating another platform for invading the field. Just waiting to invade the field at the right moment.
But are you sure we need this many invasion platforms? Because I'm thinking that from our perspective, and actually things are also improving, as we can see black is trying to block our field, but we just keep building, and there are no obvious field attacking platforms against us except here or here. So I was thinking that maybe we actually want to have only one platform available, so that we can go here and invade and our opponent cannot re-invade. But maybe your idea kind of works, because we know that Tito wants to go here and do exactly what he did and eliminate that connection platform. And then from our perspective, we already would have had alternative options. But something tells me that Townsend maybe wants to win this without invading the field at all. So these 2 points are 2 points are 2 points.
So he can recover his monastery now, which might be good.
Oh yeah, he should do that. Like, I wonder why he would not do
but
that.
He can also just prevent Tito from dropping a farmer and growing his side of the city, and also adding a city cap to his own field, playing on the bottom right.
Yeah, but yeah, that's as an option.
I would not have taken that city.
I would not have taken that city. That looks like quite the mistake, really. I mean, it's just gonna get blocks in one move. Like, Tito just goes here and blocks the city. Like, what do you need this meeple for? It's like the too many meeples syndrome. Like, I have to place it somewhere.
Yeah.
But no, 16 tiles is a lot to play, and Tito makes quite a smart move. He does not block that city, but he restricts it whilst also building up this here road. Townsend now eliminates a city field connection option. And Tito meeple a 6 point monastery, and Townsend is looking to score a 4 point road over here. On one hand. On the other hand, he might choose to sacrifice a point, take a 3 point road over here, but open another field attacking platform from the bottom.
So I think Edgard thinks he's ahead enough that he doesn't need to fight for the 12 point field. And he's just thinking about scoring as many points as he wants, because he's 19 points ahead right now.
On the scoreboard,
and the fields are equalish.
They're equalish. Yeah. Tito does have, however, an extra monastery, pretty much compensated by anything, but the scoreboard does favor Townsend by a lot. One thing that Blue should consider is that this here move opens up a field connection platform for Black, and Black can still go here and connect to the field, or here and connect to the field. So maybe we could do some prophylaxis. Maybe not right now, as this tile wonderfully fits over here and can kind of create some threats of connecting to the field, or like this, that also kind of works, even though it gives our opponent some chance of invading the field here eventually. This was the last starting tile, which is actually quite important because there are no starting tiles or roses, which means that this here idea of dropping a farmer on the right and invading through this here square no longer works. And again, somehow Blue has made this more than playable, and Tito needs to do something serious. Maybe going over here, starting a new city, threatening to get a city cap and drop a farmer. Instead, he chooses to get himself 1 point and threaten to draw a splitter and eventually complete a 10-pointer, which of course is fine, but it requires multiple city caps, namely 2 city caps to accomplish. Straight line for Townsend, which could be used here to prevent a field invasion, or here to prevent some but not all field invasions, or maybe somewhere here to do an invasion himself through one of the 2 remaining road Doritos. That actually wasn't that bad, but he really figures this is not necessary, and Tito gets himself another monastery, and now Blue could be a little bit worried. If I'm Blue, I like some sort of a quick point move without thinking too much about the positional merits, but maybe actually now we go here for the farmer, and then if we succeed, we get 4 additional points from the road, which goes that way. It will be a blockable farmer, but hey, like 75% is a pretty good chance. However, it is about to turn into some lower percentage. As Tito gets one of these tiles. He could actually do something pretty interesting. He could go here, drop a farmer of his own to connect like this, and also creates a blocking chance against the square. It's quite interesting.
And maybe it's worth it because you can still get points from your monasteries and your city.
The issue, though, is that there are not that many road tiles available. There are no straight lines, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, just 1 curve remaining. So that could be a little bit iffy. And also no T-shaped crossroads, no starting tiles. So if we go here, I believe there is just 1 tile in the entire deck that connects us. So maybe we go here, and we take 2 points, and we still have the chance of going here and connecting through the outside of a curve, although maybe not really. Tricky situation. If we were ahead, we could just take these 4 points and let our opponent into the field. Technically, we can still do that. We can actually take these 4 points and then re-invade, but it just does not feel correct to do.
Yeah, I don't think I would do that. Also, is the city on the blue city on the top, is it closable?
Well, not anymore. Bit of an unusual move from Tito.
So I think that's what he spent his turn. He was counting if it was possible to close that city.
Well, there's a splitter, which is a big threat in its own right.
Yeah.
Because even if you don't score that city, you can like get 10 points for this here move. Townsend just doesn't bother, keeps building. Tito gets a scoring tile. We could use it to score 1 point over here, or rather 2 points over here for the monasteries.
Or 1 point for the city and try to close it.
Or, oh yes, or that actually. He could just score 4 points on the left and have another city cap, which would give him 4 points, which is basically almost the same as going over here. He could go here and drop a farmer, which he just does not need. Yeah, I feel like all he wants is just draw the last row Dorito, of which there's a 40% chance.
He can also try to invade the field on the right hand field with a field tile.
Of which I believe there's only a curve remaining? Oh no, is there vanilla? Oh yeah, there's also this guy. Okay, this is a good move actually. But Townsend is not going to go over here. He's going to defend his fields connection and also create an opportunity to block the square. I think it's a pretty easy decision, no? Unless you think you can outrun everything and you just go here and score 2 points. There is also a triple city remaining, which I am assuming correctly. So we could go, we could actually score some nice points, some 7 points on our last move. Yeah, and this is a very, very nice sequence here from Townsend. Tito does not get a connection tile, and Townsend is just going to go here and block. Because I believe there's still one vanilla city cap, and the remaining tiles are a vanilla city cap and a road Dorito. And both tiles are wonderful. Obviously, the road Dorito gives Townsend a bazillion points for the ruin, plus the connection to the field. And a vanilla city cap is also not bad, because it gives him the opportunity to go over here and score 7 points.
I think it's blue, this one, right?
Well, I believe blue should have multiple winning moves over here, despite the monasteries for black on the left, which score considerable points at the moment. The scoreboard will end up being a bit more important than everything else. Now that I think about this, is this a crazy move? Going for a 3-point field. No, he just goes, yeah, whatever. Basically going for a 3-point field and hoping to get like extra points to turn this farmer into a 6-point farmer. So that instead of scoring 4 points for the city, he would have had this here farmer. So that was my idea about this, but I don't think it quite makes a difference. Like Townsend's gonna win.
Well, he did miss that black could have joined the field with the city cap, I think.
I don't think that was a miss. The idea was basically, the idea was this: if black draws a city cap, then blue gets the road Dorito and wins anyway. So he decided not to block. But it is also possible that that was a miss. 6-point move, a 6-point difference. A bit too close for comfort, but I felt like after Edgard turned this around with some quick point tiles and recovering meeples, then blue was in a commanding position for the last like 15 tiles or so. Alrighty, well, the score in the finals is 1-1. 1 Tito, 1 Edgar. And Tito is going to be the starting player in the next one. And in the meantime, I want to ask y'all, who is still watching in Europe, or maybe even better in Asia? Because I assume that most of our viewers at the moment are going to be in the Western Hemisphere, but I'd be curious to know if anybody is persistent to postpone sleep just for the purposes of this match. Alright, so game 3 it is. Tito was the starting player, started the city at the top. Townsend responds with kind of the only reasonable move. Forced to expose a city cap, but wait! Tito made a mistake? Why did
I
he
think
not?
he might have thought that taking the other city would expose his first city for blocking.
But it would prevent it from invasion. It's a massive opening mistake. No. If you have a chance to take away this here city cap, then you absolutely do it. So let's see if that's influences
now
him.
he
And
goes
it
for
does.
the 2-pointer controlling the road instead of the 6-pointer.
Which would have turned into a 7-pointer once Townsend takes away the city cap. And this move I've seen before. Actually, Vladimir placed this sort of monastery against my road in round 5 of the in-person World Championship this year in Germany. It did not end up actually working that well for my opponent. And what is Edgard doing?
Well, he wants to take advantage of the evil hamster.
But that is only a 50-50 shot. It's like casino mode.
It would make more sense if there were 2 monasteries, but there's only one. I've done this kind of move even with a 1-point road, just to make my opponent think about not taking the evil hamster, leaving the other one for me.
Well, yes, with 2,
wow.
that is possible, but wait, Townsend is doing all kind of interesting things. So what do you think about this move, right? Using a shielded tile to connect 2 cities and try to block 2 meeples of black, and is that gonna work? Black does not get a defense.
Who knows?
Black
it's
gets an indirect
definitely
defense. No, you defend! No. Black did this to himself. He could have gone over here to increase the chances of getting himself a defense, and it would have totally worked. Tito, really making a lot of mistakes in this game. Unlike the semifinals, unlike the first 2 games of this series, maybe he's getting tired, but he could have had his cake and eat it too. He could have saved both cities. He could have had themselves like 20 points here real quick, but yeah, Townsend just has an advantage.
Yeah. And there's also the 2 monasteries are still vulnerable for a block for a left-handed dagger.
But there's still 3 of those remaining. I wouldn't be too worried about this. In fact, these monasteries are probably the main source of happiness for Tito and his fans. And I can understand the intention behind this move. It is sort of being okay with your meeples being blocked and just going for the compensation. But if you do stuff like this, there's some scenarios where your cities get blocked and your monasteries get blocked, and then you're truly, truly lost. The worst has not happened just yet, but it is evident that Townsend's intentions include playing against this here relatively vulnerable square. And also meepling this long 6-point road. And maybe continuing it right now. No, chooses to unify the two cities, leverage his meeple advantage, and finally Black gets a meeple back. Black is ahead on the scoreboard. Absolutely playable position for Black. Maybe these here two lost meeples are not going to be too bad. Townsend starts a new road. Tito with a straight line, going to finish the monasteries and also threaten the integrity of this square. 9 more points, 24 on the scoreboard, 16 extra, 1 extra meeple for Tito to play. Still a good position for Blue, because now Blue is able to continue his road and defend this square a little bit, but the scoreboard certainly is very nice for Tito. A lot in this game is going to be decided by monasteries. Will Blue be able to take advantage of this evil hamster spot, or will Black go here for 6 points in, but instead? Curvy tile for Tito, not really many good uses about that tile. He could go here, invade that road, which easily gets blocked. Or he could do this, which I think is not particularly strong, given the fact that there's still 5 tiles that go into the square. I think a move like this, setting up this attack, would have been a bit stronger, but whatevs. Townsend starts a new city and tries to create some threats against Tito. Tito is probably going to meeple 6-point monastery over here, or 5-point monastery over here, controlling this road. That actually makes a lot of sense. Straight line for Townsend, cannot go over here, cannot expose the square.
Yeah,
maybe
those roads are actually frozen for a while.
that is true. Yeah, you can't continue either road. You need to get a city cap first, and then you probably need some sort of this configuration and try to set the world record for the longest road. And look at this, what a move here from Tito. He chooses not to continue his city at the top, which actually is what I would have done. I think it was still the best move, but it's still a super interesting idea. He's playing with the crawling technique, and he did the exact same thing in the semifinals against King Mauri. Eating up, this was the intention basically, that he would try to eat up this here city with his blocked meeple. Instead, this here tile is drawn by Blue, who is trying to continue his city, preferably with some sort of rose tile in order to take advantage of all road parts. It's not going to quite work.
But the roads are still frozen.
Not particularly, actually.
Well, how
Still
many
5
daggers
daggers.
are of
5
each
daggers
kind?
available.
Yeah, just one right out, right?
Yeah, there it is. But Tito does not bother with any of that too much. Townsend just ahead too much on the scoreboard. He could catch up by getting 3 points over here, although some bad things could happen if he were to do that. He could finish his road and delay the completion of his city, and this actually would not be so bad. But I think he wants to be a little bit more ambitious in a position like this.
I would take the 3 points. I don't like this one.
It's not that bad, I think. Well, now it's actually a bit more painful.
Yeah.
The idea is that simply he just wants to get 1 meeple back, and he's okay of tying this fate. Tying the fate of this blue meeple together with this black meeple. Oh hey, Matt is still watching from the United Kingdom. That is certainly very nice to hear. And
Well,
Townsend,
Edgard gets the evil hamster.
Yes. This is his specialty in this series. To be behind on the scoreboard and on meeples and suddenly rectify everything with the road monastery. Only 6 points behind and a meeple extra, but Tito gets himself a meeple of his own. But he chooses not to place a meeple on that square, and that is just a bit too dangerous. There's still 1 horse. There's still 1 road Dorito that fits into this square. I think, honestly, Tito should be charged with reckless endangerment. Because...
Yeah, I think he had to take the city,
Oh, but look at this.
but he keeps crawling on the other side.
This is just so wonderful to watch, and Townsend can do nothing about this. The best he can do is just score 3 points, possibly not in the best possible location, but whatever. Tito is 8 points ahead on the scoreboard, has 1 fewer meeples, but his meeples are kind of okay placed. He has a 6-point farm over here with a bunch of green squares and another city cap for future expansion. A curvy tile for Townsend and not much use. Starts a new road, which makes actually a lot of sense. Oh, goes for a farm instead, which also makes some sense. Tito takes points from a city cap, and Townsend now is going to need to protect his meeple. He cannot do that. Instead, he needs to go over here for a direct invasion. That actually might be even better, because this here ruin on the right is already worth a lot of points. It is 9. So an invasion makes much sense, but Tito is ahead 12 points. Gets himself a splitter tile, which could be used here to try and pressure the square a little bit, or maybe here to drop it on what's currently his farm, or maybe here to draw, to block some of the invasion opportunities, or maybe here at the top for the same reason, and even with 1 more farmer.
But on the top, you risk the opponent getting quick points while joining.
With what? Okay, with the last remaining dagger, that makes sense. But black decides that it is a risk worth taking, and actually, most importantly, it prevents certain quick point moves. It takes away the crossroads, for example, so that's something. So it's not possible to go here and take 5 points for the road. There are also some scenarios where, let's say, blue gets the last dagger, goes over here, scores 4 points for the city, and then suddenly we get the crossroads. We go over here and we score even more here for this road. So I think that was a consideration, and also Tito was thinking, well, I have meeples, why don't we just go over here? Townsend got a 6-point monastery. Yep.
Is the city on the bottom completable? Can he just attack the city on the bottom and try to finish it?
Maybe. It is completable, yes. At the very least, with the dagger plus Dorito combo, he does exactly that. So Townsend now needs to counter. Yes. Exactly the same idea. And this city is also completable. The road Dorito is now a super, super critical tile. Either it goes here for a connection, or it goes over here for the same reason. And there are still starting tiles in the quantity of 1 that fits into the square. Townsend is now going to try and do something about that city. Probably going over here and creating some sort of a blocking platform. He does something very similar, which I do like. Curvy tile for Tito, and Townsend gets himself the Dorito, which I assume you want to use in this here square. Dagger tile for Tito. There's nothing that goes in the square anymore.
You sacrifice your first field for 7 points. Maybe.
I don't think we should do that, because it's not 1 point move. I think what we should do instead is we should go over here and take 4 points and protect our invasion square, because there's still 1 regular road Dorito which fits there anymore on one hand. On the other hand, there's still the horse tile which fits here anymore, and maybe we don't want to take that away from us, so that could be a consideration. Oh, but there's also a cow. So maybe this move is actually okay. And then if we get a Dorito, we connect. If we get a cow, we connect. If we get the horse, we just take 2 quick points. So it's kind of sets up everything quite nicely.
Yeah, I think he has to take... But he's probably counting all the connecting city tiles.
and possibly connecting field tiles. One thing that he needs to double check is whether this here connection through the curve is not possible. Spoiler alert, it isn't. There's nothing that fits into the square anymore. And look, beautiful, beautiful decision here by Hector. Edgard cannot do nothing, I think. He could actually go here, which seems crazy. And then it would partially block this here city, but it would make sure that if the road Dorito is drawn by Tito, then the loss is like super, super spectacular. It is a counterintuitive move, but maybe he should do it. Like, it takes away a cow from his opponents, and he does it.
He goes for it.
That is brilliant. And he gets the Dorito.
Oh, that's now Tito blocks the other city, I guess.
He has to, or he just loses.
But is it enough?
Also, Townsend maybe played a little bit too quickly. I mean, this move is fine. But I think Townsend does not have enough stuff on the scoreboard. So maybe he had to go here to defend and then hope for the 10% chance of drawing the starting tile and then this, right? So, yeah, this move was very natural, but maybe a little taddy hasty.
He has an 11-point road and 7-point city. So it's
18. That's kind of compensate the scoreboard. But then...
And then you have the monastery for 6.
Which compensates this here field difference.
Yeah. So you're losing by the field, by the small field, I
and
think.
These here bits. So you're losing by 10.
Yeah.
Yep. It seemed to me that he really needed these options. This here bit. Tito is going to take the 4-point road, probably.
Yeah.
Townsend can have a peace of mind that he would not have been able to complete the city regardless. And despite a spectacular showing, he's going to lose this game. How did that happen?
It's always scary to play against black on BGA because tide features are scored in black. And sometimes it feels like maybe your opponent got a huge ruin or field.
Yes. But no, this ruin on the right is of course tied, and so is the ruin on the left. Townsend's 11-point road ends up being quite spectacular. The fields are now being scored, and Tito's gonna take this one down plus 12. Interesting game, despite Tito having an early-ish advantage. Yeah, I guess these monasteries really matter because I don't know how blue lost. Like, blue got this. Blue invaded successfully both ruins. And blue managed to block 2 meeples of black early on, and yet black, because of these 2 monasteries and some city scoring opportunities, just always kept the scoring pressure on. In any case, Tito has won the 3rd game, Tito 2, Edgard 1, and the next game could very well be the last if Tito wins, and Edgar is going to try to prevent this, and it's going to help him that he's the starting player with one of the best possible tiles, with a shielded tile, which will be promptly placed above the starting tile with a blue meeple on it. Black is going to start a city at the bottom, facing to the left. Facing to the right, actually, I think is a bit more precise. Ends up not mattering too much in that particular instance, as a 3-point monastery is being deployed by blue. Tito is starting a new city at the top and trying to pressure the city of Townsend, but Townsend get a city cap and for actually 8 points on the scoreboard. So lovely position for blue. Scoreboard lead, the first monastery of the game with a nice hole for a potential road monastery. Tito is going to probably start a loop road. Natural move so far.
The loop road risks a little bit the city on the bottom to a block with starting tile. But on the other side, you could get restricted on your other city.
And on the road as well, which is why Tito elects the former option, with which I agree. Townsend goes for the stacking, kind of subjecting yourself to the Ukrainian technique. This guy is not going to place anything in that square. Townsend now is trying to block the city of Mr. Arce. And Black chooses to continue the city at the top, which I quite like. And natural monastery move available. Tito now needs to find his move, which he does. Yes, now the city building machine is occurring. This is the proper Ukrainian technique. We build all the way around over here. And then either the square is blocked, which gives us a meeple advantage, or the square is completed and we get away with a 22-point city. So it's a lovely position for Black, actually. I might even mildly prefer Black here than Blue. Although Blue, of course, is going to go over here or over here and try to pressure the square a little bit. Or like this is also an option. But we know that Tito loves crawling. So he could go here. Nah, he does the regular stuff. But do you see where I was going with this? Like this?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
This, like this, and like this.
That could be fun.
Townsend with a fantastic tile. He actually finds the one opportunity which can allow him to continue the city of Black relatively safely, but Black immediately covers his city up. Now the city could get completed, so Townsend is now trying to invade it or block it, and he's creating an invasion platform, which probably Tito is going to block by going over here. I think this is what you do in these positions. You could also consider going over here instead. I think this city plus field self-restriction is a little bit better than the alternative. Edgard with a curve is looking to either continue his road to set up more monasteries, which should have been like this, or maybe to go over here. Tito gets a city cap and he should now go over here and try to set up the completion of that city as soon as possible.
Yeah. Yeah, he should do that totally. Maybe he wants to wait for Doritos, but apparently he does. And is punished immediately.
And he deserves it. Deserves it. Black now gets his first monastery.
And maybe Edgar wants to overtake the city even. Yeah.
Oh, that would be so deserved. I'm rooting for it to happen. And also because if Edgar wins this game, then we headed into a decider, so that would be a lot of fun. Alright, of course he's trying to prevent that. Edgar might want to complete his city, but no, really, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Commit to the bit. Just do normal moves. You can go here, continue the road. That's actually pretty strong. This city cap is annoying against this here black meeple, even though in most position it isn't. This position is an exception. This move is also okay, but just don't touch the square, really. Commit to the bid. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it.
The thing is, he only has one meeple in hand, so I think yeah.
But I don't like that. There's still a splitter remaining, and then like black can go over here and get a splitter and finish a city for 20 points and drop a farmer for 9 points. It's a big, big threat. And blue now gets a meeple back anyway.
I think he should have farmed there even.
I agree. It's a 3-point farm, but it has a lot of potential. Tito now with the monastery over here is going to equalize the monasteries of Townsend. Who now might drop a farmer or not? Ooh. Can we go here? And try to YOLO it and like get another field and another invasion into the city. He chooses not to do that.
It would be interesting, but I think it's too risky, and you get a road Dorito and you lose everything. Well, if the opponent gets a road Dorito, you lose everything.
Well, that is true, but even that will be kind of fun to watch. And Townsend gets himself a Dorito tile, avoids the disaster of the splitter, connects to the city, drops a second farmer, and now has a really good position. 3 points extra, and now the blockage of his opponent's meeple. This meeple should not have been placed. This is actually quite a standard situation. Whether or not you place a meeple here should in many cases depend on how many meeples you have, and when you have 2, you don't want to be placing a tile like this. So this, I think, is the first tactical mistake of the game. Black is now finishing a city.
And
not
now
dropping a farmer.
the right field is getting quite big.
Yes, even bigger than the left field where blue had already committed 2 meeples. But somehow Tito cannot actually drop a farmer on that field on the right. He can, of course, go here for the 6-point field, which he should. Instead, he goes for this blocking idea, which is also quite nice. And Townsend tries to protect quite desperately. If he gets the square block, then blue is in real trouble. Not right now, but a 2-point move is going to be quite nice. So does blue get a curve here in this position, or does he not? Not yet. A Dorito tile secures the connection at the top. Monastery should be a huge advantage for black. But how exactly do you capitalize on it? Do you go here for a lot of points for the monastery, or do you go here for the field? He goes here for the field because the field is 12. An alternative was to go over here for 2 points and block this here square. Because now Townsend is going to go here for 2 points himself and leave himself 4 curvy tiles that's still left into this square to allow him to get a lot of meeples back and still chances in this game.
Yeah, it's... Well, Tito now gets a meeple back. Yeah, I was considering as black taking the monastery. But I do like taking the field. Maybe it is better.
Yeah, the risk of not taking the field is that, let's say if blue gets a curve, then blue gets the 12-point field. If we take the monastery, our opponent now maybe blocks the square later. They get a straight line. They now not allow us invasion squares. So I think this is a reasonable monastery sacrifice. A meeple goes back into Tito's hand. He probably was tempted to go here for 4 points, but this, of course, is much better. Tito with a Dorito at the moment, and I can't believe this is the first time I've ever said that. during this playoff series.
I'm pretty sure I've heard it before, but or read it, but I don't know by whom.
Well, I've said this before, but like in other matches, not in this particular playoff series.
Oh, okay.
Because we're getting ourselves, like, this is what? So he played 3 games yesterday. This is now his 4th game. So we have 7 games featuring Tito at least. And possibly even more, because Townsend now has a pretty good position. He managed to complete his monasteries and get ahead on the scoreboard again. The 2 fields are comparable. I still prefer Black's position for a variety of reasons, mainly because Black has just simply more meeples. Of course, the meeple count is equal, but this year meeple is quite safe. It is going to go back in Black's hand in all likelihood, and Black now uses his new meeple to invade this here city.
That city's probably not getting finished.
Yeah,
so
like 8-9 points, something like this. That's really not a lot of points, but then this board is kind of devoid of scoring opportunities anyway. There's only 1 monastery remaining with just a 4-point monastery spot. Crossroads have gone out in large quantities. So I guess it's just about field fights and stuff like this.
I think Edgard should either attack the field or take the 4 quick points, but maybe attacking, it's a good moment to attack the field.
That is an important strategic decision. My first instinct tells me to just take the points, because when I attack the field, I want to maybe not give back further attacking platforms. I want to use a road tile rather than a city tile. But then if I don't attack right now, then Tito can get a road tile himself and then eliminate that field attacking platform. And maybe since Black has committed already to the city on the left and has basically relinquished the meeple advantage, going over here for the field attack is not that bad, because we have sort of a meeple majority at the moment. Then we invade over here, and then we try to use 1 more meeple to not only equalize but even overrun this field entirely. Townsend chooses an interesting orientation. Not the open one, but the slightly closed one. I guess that's reasonable. He's going to invade the field now and equalize it. Tito successfully equalized the city on the left, and that city is actually now kind of completable.
Yeah, so Edgar must be thinking if it's worth it to try to block that city.
Well, if he goes here, it's a complete block, so it's probably worth it. In fact, the only city cap that fits into a square is the one and only remaining dagger, and he thinks like, dagger schmagger, I can just dodge it. Tito goes for 5 points with monastery, and now this is a very, very interesting decision from Townsend. Do we go here and attack the ruin / city and try to connect and minimize variance? Now that we have 15 points in farmers extra compared to our opponents. Do we go here and take 4 quick points at the expense of giving back a field connection platform, or do we just drop a farmer over here and try to connect to the main field in that way? The ruin was the choice of blue. My instinct actually told me to go over here for the farm, believe it or not. And Tito gets himself a meeple bag by completing a city on the right. He's also now ahead on the scoreboard, but behind overall, again, due to these here unopposed farmers on the left.
So, I think are there 2 curves left? Am I right?
1.
1. So that's an important one because it's 6 points for Black.
By the unification of these here 2 fields, yes.
Yeah. And I think that's like the spread is less than that, so it might be game deciding.
It could be, depending on the timing as well. Because I certainly see either side potentially attacking the main 12-point field. Tito is getting himself a 4-point road. Townsend, with a much needed quick point tile, gets himself 3 points. Chooses not to take 4 points in the shared field in order to avoid exposing connection platforms.
Yeah, it seems like Edgar really doesn't want to fight for the field. He wants to keep it tied.
So he's playing like somebody who is already ahead, which is true, but it is only true if Blue manages to connect to the city on the left, which he hasn't yet. And we're kind of running out of tiles that can do that. So we're already out of Doritos, and there are only 2 triple cities available for that square. Black, on the other hand, is not too concerned about field connection platforms. In fact, he created multiple field connection opportunities. First of all, of course, there's the option of going over here with a good old ninja farmer, like all the way around this square for either party to do. And second, there's a more obscure opportunity. A horse can be drawn over here. A farmer can be dropped and connected through the nearly unblockable straight line, of which there's still 1 more remaining in the deck.
Yeah, which would be a lot of fun. I think a ninja farmer might be the precise move right now, even.
We do have daggers in addition to a curve. We actually have 2 daggers available for the invasion, and Townsend goes for it. It's going to be a 10-point move if that is successful, but Tito gets a curve, and he gets himself a 6-point by connecting the 2 farmers of Blue. Blue now eliminates a field connection opportunity, but not fully, actually. So Tito could, in theory, go over here and drop a farmer himself if he so chooses. I don't see him doing that ever. He's probably going to take quick points. And then Townsend needs...
It's also one of the tiles that connected the blue to the city.
Exactly. There's still 1 more left. The last horsey. The last shieldless, defenseless horsey. So yeah, Townsend needs a lot. This and this. And even then he might like still not win. But it's not an easy endgame for Tito, because I'm not sure if it is correct to just take quick points and try outrunning, or drop this here counter farmer opportunity instead. Because even 1 extra tile can mean a lot.
But blue is ahead, right? I think.
Well,
Blue
you're
has
counting...
a 9-point field.
Yes.
Against a 7-point monastery, that's 2.
Then there's this
But then
road,
black
which already
has
is
the
better.
road.
And black has the city.
Black has the city.
So I'm not sure if even connecting to this field is enough. He needs to connect to the field and city. And Tito can just like score quick points.
And this is the second to last tile for Tito. So I think this one is easier than the previous one. This is just weak points, right?
No, 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 no. You know how we can win. We go
Or the
here, we
farmer.
drop a farmer. Yes, 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 yes. And then we're guaranteed to draw either the straight line for connection or the last dagger to deny our opponent the connection. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Or the last horse to deny our opponent the city connection. Like, this would be the proper endgame technique by the book. Make sure that all 3 remaining tiles are working for you. But with 40 seconds on the clock, he might not find it. Okay, he's gonna win anyway because Townsend gets the straight line. But I believe Tito, with this here move, could easily lose. Oh, look at this. A 6-point city and one monastery point for Tito, together with denying the farming connection. Oh, that hurts. Oh, that's painful. Oh, wait, I realized that the match score is not showing properly. Thank you for letting me know, Milek. We're gonna see... okay, let's first of all see what's the score. Here is... Tito's gonna win this one substantially, but like not super substantially. So basically this means that, yes, Tito I think had himself 1/3 of a chance of losing, right? Because if Townsend connects, this is 10 extra. And then if Tito does not get this tile, this is 7 fewer for him. And if he gets a road, then he gets 5, right?
But what Edgard doesn't connect to this city, so that's...
No, he does.
Oh.
Because...
Oh, yeah, because...
if Tito gets the
Okay.
straight line, then Edgard gets both. So the field
Yeah.
connection is 10, because this is 12 points for the farm, minus 2 points for the road. And Tito scores here 5 points instead of 7 over here. So the game is tied, and Tito wins anyway.
Yeah.
But that would have been a more
True, yeah.
spectacular. That would have been a more spectacular win. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, well, I'm not going to need to update the score anymore because the match is over. It is 3-1, 3 Tito, 1 Edgard. Tito is not only the highest rated player amongst the 4 players featured today, but also the winner of the Chilean Carcassonne Online Championship. One of the most competitive national championships, online championships this year, possibly the most competitive one, maybe second to Ukraine only, but I have doubts even about that. And Tito will be representing Chile in the 2026 Carcassonne Champions League. Townsend will maybe doing the same if he manages to battle through the international qualifier, but that is still a big if. Regardless, congratulations to the second place finisher for a very solid performance and some highly entertaining content move, but of course a bigger congratulations goes for Tito.
Yeah, congratulations to Tito. Well played. I really like this last game, and yeah, we'll see him in the Carcassonne Champions League.
Indeed, that last game, like many clutch moves, like this farmer over here, this very interesting invasion here on the left, and the limitation of these here 2 farmers, some lovely stuff here. Hopefully y'all enjoyed that as well. If you did, make sure to meeple the like button because that's important for the algorithm. And in case you're here for the first time, make sure to subscribe for more competitive Carcassonne content like this. There's still quite a few live streams coming, and I'm still trying to prepare a bunch of uploads. So November and December are expect it to be quite busy. Thank you again, Elias, so much for being with me today. I don't think I would have managed this here marathon alone.
No, thanks for having me, and it was a lot of fun. A lot of good games. Many in many times I thought a player was totally winning on for the opponent to win, so that's definitely good entertainment, I think.
Right. Yeah, it has been long enough. Let's wrap things up. So thank you so much again, Elias, and thank y'all so much for watching, and I'ma see you soon.
Yeah. Have a good night.